Jason Redmond. He is a retired Navy SEAL who was wounded while deployed in Iraq.
So in September of 2007, I was literally at the height of my career. Everybody in life at some point is going to walk into an ambush. Some sort of catastrophic event that's going to rock your world and have this impact on your life. The majority of people who walk this earth have never wrestled with an enemy combatant in the deep blackness of night. I quickly realized I was helpless. I was totally pinned down in front of my guys, and there was nothing I could do. I would have given anything to be out of this situation. That day became a benchmark for me. It changed everything in my life. I realized in that moment that I got a second chance at life. Most people, you only get one shot to go through this life and make the most of it. And most people take it for granted. In an ambush, we talk about the point of attack. It's called the X. The reason I survived the one that I was in is because we got off the X. And I said, okay, let's drive forward. We can do this. But everybody out there will go through life ambushes. And these are these hard moments that come along and just knock us off our feet. Because we've all been in that situation where we're like, oh my God, I can't make payroll. How am I going to bring in some revenue right now? We can't make rent. I've felt it. I realized the mark of a man is not found in his past, but how he overcomes adversity and builds his future. But the great thing about major life ambushes, they also can define you and make you better, just like that ambush that I went through. If you can create balance in these 5 key areas of something I call the Pentagon of peak performance, I guarantee you, you will be ready for any ambush that comes along. When I was wounded, I had gone through that journey where I had colossally failed as a leader, where I had guys say, kick him out and take his trident. It is the hardest road I've ever walked in my entire lifetime. But it built tremendous mental leadership. The only thing stopping you from accomplishing greatness in your life is you. When you are struggling, get off the X and overcome.
All right, what's up, everybody? It is Pointman Planner launch night. What's up? It's good to see everybody. I hope that you guys are having an amazing Friday night. It's go, go, go. Man, it has been so much work. The long-haired Admiral and I, our entire team, everybody has been just crushing it to get to this point where we could officially launch this baby right here and get to you guys and get it in your hands. I mean, so many of the lessons that I've learned have gone into this book. I mean, so many of these things I was living, but I didn't even realize it. So actually putting it into writing, putting it into a book that could make a difference in your life, that could help you to live by the principles that we talk about, the things that I'm doing, the things that a SEAL point man does. I mean, that's what it's about. How do you become a point man for your own life? I mean, so many times I have been in these hard situations, and I was like, man, I wish I had a team. I wish I had an individual that could help me navigate out of this situation and like a point man. And that is what's so critical. So, guys, I could sit here and talk, but what I want to do, I want to play our Pointman video so that you can understand why I created the Pointman Planner.
Well,
and then, long-haired Admiral.
We've done all this work, and I think our set looks amazing.
It does look amazing.
Shout out to our son Austin, who helped us.
Good styles.
Yeah, he's behind the camera tonight, so he'll be helping with comments. But I'm totally psyched because we did this, and we are kicking off, and we already have 60 of you are already jumping on. Got to see the intro video. I'm going to open this.
Yeah,
And
popping corks, baby, popping corks.
And we're just really excited that you guys are here. So hopefully share this. If you guys are having a watch party, like take a picture, send us, put it in the
we would
comments.
love to see it. Yeah.
We want to see, we've got amazing guests. We've got incentives. We have giveaways. So we've got a lot going on. So we hope you guys are going to stick with us tonight for 4 hours.
Oh, Pamela Aubrey's like, I love the Pointman tank. And yeah, guys, the Pointman t-shirts will be available next week. So yeah, I will admit, if you are local and you come to one of our local events tomorrow, the next day, the Pointman shirts will be there. Obviously, but we will have them up for everyone else. And guys, just like it says on the screen, go to pointmanplannerlaunch.com and see all of our prizes. We got amazing prizes if you buy multiple books. And guys, our goal is twofold. One, I want to get this book into your hands. And if you don't know it, tonight only, you get the deluxe package. So if you buy the book after tonight, you will get a copy of the Pointman Planner, which is awesome. It obviously has all the tools. It's got the 4 Pointman principles. It teaches everything. And then it's got the planner, 3 months, a quarter for you to define your mission and lay out your goals and stay on course. But tonight, we have the deluxe VIP package. So if you order on Amazon tonight, you will get the deluxe package, which it comes with not only a signed copy of the Pointman Planner, but it comes with, in the Pointman Planner, I talk about the mission planning poster, and there's a page in the book that has this in it. But we actually made laminated Pointman Planner mission planning posters so that you can write down your mission, you can write down your goals, you can write down your life's mission objective, which are all things that I talk about in the Pointman Planner to help you stay on course. In this life, man, I got shot up by bullets and bombs on the battlefield, but everybody gets hit by bullets and bombs in life, and this planner will help you to stay on course when those ambushes come. And then the other thing you get in the Pointman Planner VIP package, so tonight only, if you buy, you will get a signed copy. You will get a signed copy of the sign I had on my hospital door. So these are all the things that will come your way if you purchase tonight.
So we're going to kick off the official Pointman Planner video, and then Jay will be back with Kenny Mitchell, coach, Overcome Army coach Kenny Mitchell, in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Check out this video.
Every day you wake up is a gift. Because as a leader, it's absolutely critical that we have to motivate not only ourselves, number one, we have to motivate and inspire others to move forward. I'll tell you what, success does not happen by quitting. This is how you squeak out the margins of performance that make the difference between you and someone else.
Unmute. Hey, what's up, everybody? So right off the bat, we throw up the wrong video. I'm trying to fire you up with some motivation, but it is not our Pointman Planner video. So now is the Pointman Planner video and why I created the Pointman Planner. So here it is. I just released my 3rd book, The Pointman Planner. I'm retired Navy SEAL Jason Redman. I'm the author of the famous bright orange sign of resiliency and tenacity I posted on my hospital door. Now, I've transitioned to the civilian world as a New York Times and Amazon best-selling author, $1 million speaker, and peak performance coach. I've had some great successes in my life, but I've also had some major setbacks and failures. In every one, I remember that pivotal moment after the initial carnage and the dust settled. I remember in my leadership failures, I thought to myself, where do I go from here? I remember being shot in the face with a machine gun and laying in a hospital bed, thinking to myself, where do I go from here? I remember a business crisis that threatened to shut down my company, and I remember thinking, geez, where do I go from here? I made it through all those ambushes by grinding, but it was never easy. And I remember thinking to myself, man, if only I had someone to help or a team of individuals. As I transitioned from the SEAL teams to the business world, I bought or downloaded every book, app, and journal I could find to help me be more productive and balanced in life. But every time I felt there were missing key items that I had in the SEAL teams, and often I would think back to the individuals I worked with and the structure and balance they had. You see, in the SEAL teams, we had individuals called Pointmen. They were experts in navigation, leadership, decision-making, fighting, and situational awareness. I remember often thinking after I retired, in those moments of doubt and struggle, thinking, where do I go from here? I would think if only I had a Pointman to help me through these rough situations. Well, I couldn't hire my own Pointman, but I did the next best thing. I developed a system to live my life by based off 4 key principles that I realized every great SEAL Pointman follows. These principles are captured in my new Pointman for Life courses and now in my new Pointman Planner. The baseline of everything we did in the SEAL teams was built on mission, and I realized the baseline for everything we do as humans also is built on mission. You don't have to be a SEAL or a military veteran to apply these principles. What I found is they work for anyone out there. The bottom line, if you have never defined your mission, you're always going to be off course. So if you're ready to define your mission, if you're ready to truly set your destination and course, if you're ready to have a system to both plan for, identify, and overcome any crisis you come up against, or if you're looking for goal setting, productivity, balance, and how to be the best version of yourself, physically, professionally, and personally, then the Pointman Planner is for you. Now available for sale on Amazon. Click on the link below and get off the X today. Yep. All right, what's up, everybody? We're back. What do you guys think of the Pointman Planner video? And already I've seen some comments. I've seen people posting. Chris Helmuth wrote, hey, can I get the Pointman Planner outside the U.S.? So, Chris, if you are in Canada or Mexico, I've got to get it set up in Amazon for those markets. Outside of that, we will be selling on our website soon. So we'll be able to do that. But right now, yeah, if you are here, we're definitely trying to drive our Amazon sales. We want to make the Pointman Planner a bestseller, and I want to get it into your guys' hands. So that is what's going on. Are there any other questions? I see a lot of people out there, people I know. What's up? Andy, it's good to see you. Lila Law, thank you. I really appreciate it. I love the planner and your inspiration. So, Chris, you're in Germany. Okay, we will work on that. We'll make sure that you guys can get access to that. I will have to look at how I expand into the European markets on Amazon. This has all been an awesome learning experience for me. What do you guys think of the video? Jeff Farnham, great video. Somebody asked, is there an audiobook? Sahar, no, there's not an audiobook because the planner is actually a planner. It is the first 45 pages are a book or a booklet teaching you the principles, how to apply these things into your life. You see, there are 4 Pointman principles. Number 1, relentless belief in your mission. I believe that as a SEAL and the things that I did, when I wrote this sign on my door, this became my new mission, to stay positive, to drive forward, to overcome. And I truly believe if you can define your own mission in this life, it will make life so much better, so much easier, so that when the ambushes, when the storms, when the dark times come, you can always go back to that mission and stay on course. After that becomes destination and a course. Destination being our long-term goals, course being our short-term goals or waypoints. After that becomes situational awareness. It's being aware of the risks, being aware of the indicators, being aware of the potential ambushes on the horizon. And then the last principle, guys, number 4, is building a relentless overcome mindset to get off the X. We all get on the X. And so, guys, I have, as you see here, a great, a newfound, really good friend, a new coach of the Overcome Army. He is a firefighter, paramedic. He is a mental health advocate, and he is someone that I met through my books and the principles I teach because he has been through some major life ambushes. Guys, Kenny and I were talking about before I came on, I don't think that the average citizen out there understands how much trauma our police and firefighters are exposed to day in and day out. And a lot of people want to give credit to the military and say, oh my God, you guys were exposed to so much, you did this. I mean, people tell me, thank me for my service. But I want to tell you something. We would deploy and you would go to combat and then you would come home to a different world. So at least there would be a decompression period where I could take off my warrior helmet and put back on my dad, my citizen, my community member hat, and there would be a separation. But for our police and firefighter, it's instant. They leave an accident scene. They leave a violent scene. They leave a crime scene and they go home. And it's their kids and their family members who are saying, hey, are we going out to dinner? What are we doing then tonight? And I think it's so many of these principles that have helped. So, Kenny, what's up, man? Welcome. It's good to see you. And I threw a lot at you right there. Why don't we go back? And I would just like to say, why don't you tell everybody who you are, how long you've been a firefighter, and maybe some of the things that, some of the obstacles that you've encountered in your career, especially fighting some of these demons that all of us fight. All of us fight.
I will, man. And again, thank you for having me. Thank you. For
yeah,
having
brother,
me.
absolutely.
This is exciting. The energy is on fire.
Yeah.
But, and we got another guest. We have guests coming.
Hey, the studio, this is a live studio, and Karma, the service dog, is here. He is the watchdog. So,
hey, so there he is. So like the lieutenant said, my name is Kenny Mitchell. I'm coming up on 18 years in the fire service, 19 total with some volunteer time. And he talked about the general public not really understanding all the trauma that we see and some of the trauma that we experience. And for me personally, it's been a tough personal trauma as well as into my career and what we do for a living. So most of our schedules, everybody's schedules are different. Most of ours are 24 on, 48 off. So you work 24 hours, you get off for 2 days. Lots of firefighters have second jobs. They go to that second job, then they go home, they go another day off, and they come right back at it. So he mentioned running these traumatic calls. I mean, we call it the hot zone. And when you run these calls, you run these fires, these entrapments, these fatalities, it's in your community. It's where you live. It's where you drop your children off to school. Every intersection that you ride by, your mind flashes back to a wreck you were on. Every house seems to be where a fire was at. You know, every road is where a head-on collision happened. And there's good memories as well. But there are times where you get off of work and you get home within 20, 30 minutes and you have to throw another hat on. Next thing you know, like I was, you're softball coach on the third baseline and you still haven't came down from the day. So, and we run everything. You know, I think people years ago, fire service didn't run EMS. You know, EMS is 80% of what we do. Heart attacks, strokes, shootings, suicides, murder, you name it. So you can go from a shooting, a horrific shooting, 30 minutes, and then you can go to a back pain or a toe pain on the EMS side of it. So we also ride ambulances. Most fire departments are EMS heavy. So we have to be paramedics, EMTs, EMTBs. So that is another tough part. And I tell everybody, some of my biggest struggles haven't always been the bad calls, the bad fires. It's seeing people living in poverty. It's seeing people trying to survive, not thriving, seeing little kids who are hungry. You walk in and out of these houses all day long, and, you know, I could talk for hours on it, but that is the struggle that you have to constantly go back and forth in your mind with. Is you almost feel guilty sometimes if you go into your own nice home or your own well put together family, because you see so many families that are struggling, that are hungry. They're just starving.
I think this is one of the things that military members, we get exposed to also. I've traveled all over the world. I've seen the best and worst levels of poverty and violence and destruction on this planet. And coming home, sometimes it's both good and bad. You have the perspective, the good perspective and the bad perspective. But all of us have been through these hard things in the way we look at them. And I think for you, it's finding that balance, but not just you, it's for all of us. It's finding that balance in this life. How do we balance the good against the bad? How do we make sure that we're balanced for the future ambushes and problems that are out there? And I think when you first, we hadn't met yet, but you had found out about me and you had gotten one of my books, and you were at a period in your life when you really were out of balance. You were, guys, I talk frequently about being on the X, and the X is the point of the crisis, the point of the catastrophic event. The fourth point man principle is an overcome mindset to get off the X. And so many people out there are stuck on the X. They have some sort of event that's happened in their life. And usually when we get stuck on the X, it's because we're way out of balance. We become so focused on the crisis and we're not taking care of ourselves in the other key areas of our lives. And I think that's what happened with you, if I'm not mistaken. Would you be willing to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. For me, Lieutenant talks about the Pentagon. Can I talk about that? The Pentagon at peak performance.
Please.
He talks about the Pentagon at peak performance. And for me, I went through an extreme life ambush in 2013 with the death of my daughter's mom unexpectedly. I found myself on a horrible X. Well, the Pentagon at peak performance talks about the physical side, the social side, the emotional side, the mental side, the physical side, the spiritual side. And when I went through that life ambush, as I sit on that beach before meeting the lieutenant and before being a part of the Overcome Army, I realized there were certain parts of that Pentagon that were lacking during that X, and there were certain parts that were strong during that X. And I think it's why I was able to get through it, but then reading the Overcome book, taking on the principles, helped me balance my life out, because it was completely out of balance. I mean, mine was just, this is my job, this is what's happened to me, put the crutches under my arms, I'm the victim, I'm always going to be that guy, here's what it is. But what the balance did for me is it helped me start breaking that sweat again, start reading books again, start understanding mental health. And what's between my ears, this isn't me going crazy. I'm truly experiencing things that are real, things that you can fix, that you can work on. So when you mention that balance to me, I talk on the Overcome Army a lot about it. The Pentagon at peak performance and the inner circle and the lead yourself, lead others, and lead always is what's guided me and guided me off of that X, because the lead always part, when I was on my X, I kind of chose when I wanted to lead. When I was down and depressed,
it's a common thing. So many people do it when we're struggling. We pick and choose. Hey, I want to say thank you to everyone that is purchasing the Pointman Planner right now. We really are trying to, I want to get it into your hands, but we also want to drive this to be a bestseller. And Amazon's algorithms are done. The more sales you have in a small period of time, the more that you'll do well. And Sahar, that's a great question. Would the book be appropriate, useful for kids, say a 13-year-old? I think so. Especially, I made it to be as relatable as possible. And I think it's a great thing for younger people, because I talk about values. If you can understand your values at a young age, I think you will go so much farther in this life to understand what's really important for you. And I give you tools. I actually give you a website to go to where you can really crunch down on your values and what you believe in. And then we take our values and we build our mission. So I think this book is for anyone out there. I mean, if you are trying to become a better version of yourself, if you're trying to become more productive, if you're trying to set goals, if you want to be more resilient, if you want to be a better leader, then this book is for you. And I am fortunate enough that even we're going to have fellow SEALs on. And the greatest compliment I think a SEAL can give another SEAL, we're a pretty hard lot, man. We give each other a lot of grief. But when a fellow SEAL says, hey, man, this is really good. And that's what one of them told me, who was also a point man. He walked point. It really means a lot. So guys, even if you have one, I'm going to ask you to buy one tonight during our window. And of course, the difference is you will get the VIP package. So please do that. And guys, we also, throughout the night, we've got all kinds of giveaways. We want to give out free prizes. If you buy more than 5 is the break point. So if you buy like, hey, you know what? I'm going to give these to my family members. I'm going to give these to coworkers. If you buy more than 5, we're giving away prizes. And when you go to pointmanplannerlaunch.com, it tells you what those prizes are. Everything from challenge coins to, I mean, if you decide you're going to just go huge and buy 50 books, you get free coaching with me. You get Pointman Planner shirts. I mean, Pointman shirts. What do you guys think of these shirts, huh?
Love it.
These shirts are awesome, man. And they have the right side. They have the Pointman principles broken down into single words: mission, course, awareness, and overcome and get off that X. So that's what we're about. Kenny, let's go back for a minute. You sustained a major life ambush at one point in your life, and you don't have to get into details if you don't want to, but you sustained this major ambush. Fast forward today, it's been what, 7, 8 years?
8 years.
8 years.
And I've had 3 since.
And yeah, guys, I got bad news. More ambushes are coming,
right,
for all of us out there. We estimate that the average individual will go through at least 5 major life ambushes. If you're in a career path where you're exposed to more traumatic things, it could be more. And if you have a mindset, if you have a system, if you have a methodology to prepare for those things, it will help you in the future. So talk to me about, prior to learning some of these things, how you were kind of stuck, and now you've actually experienced a couple more, but you've learned tools on how to deal with them.
Yeah, so let me see, best way to put this. 2013 was the major life ambush for me when Carly's mom unexpectedly died. That was a major life ambush, knocked us to our knees. Experienced another one in 2014 with a friend, Jason, who was killed unexpectedly. And then I got into the Overcome Army, got into Jay's books, and started to embrace the principles. And the way I look at this, can I say this for a second? The way I look at this is, if a life ambush or a bad day was to text you or email you and say, you know what, on July 16th at 10 o'clock, I'm going to break you to your knees, bring your family down to your knees, and I'm going to crush you and crush everyone around you. If you got that notice, what would you do? You would start preparing yourself physically, emotionally, mentally. You would start leading yourself. You would start doing those things. That's what's in here. That is what is in the Overcome book. So that is what I did when I laid on that beach, still in that X. I thought to myself, you know, I'm in this life ambush. If I'd have had notice, what would I have done? I would have started to build myself up more physically. I would have started to increase my emotional strength. I would have started to increase possibly my spiritual strength. I don't know. But I can tell you, after experiencing 2 other life ambushes since then, one being a very close friend of mine, a firefighter, took his life 17 days after having lunch with me. And that's what spearheaded me more. I was really tired of just being a keyboard hero and typing the words heartbreaking constantly and not doing anything about it. So the lieutenant helped me to set my mission, to define it, to set a course, to set a destination, and to go from there. So what that did for me, experiencing life ambushes after coming off of the X, just able to have more balance and face them more head on. And I guess just not feeling like a victim, man. Not feeling like a victim, because I think society sometimes wants you to be a victim.
Yes. And I tell you what, I feel like this is a pervasive thing in society today. We are encouraging people to be victims. Hey, you can't get ahead without somebody else helping you. If you're a different race, creed, color, background, religion, I don't know, gender choice, whatever it is, you're a victim and you have to have other people to help you. And I don't believe in that. I believe in your ability to lead yourself. And there's so many successful people out there who are victors and not victims. And that is what this is about. It's about mental preparation. preparation. It's about physical preparation. It's about emotional preparation and spiritual and social and all these things. And that's part of my Pentagon at Peak Performance. So, all right, well, listen, it is 7:30 and we're getting ready to have our next guest. Kenny will join me again. But guys, we're giving away all kinds of things tonight. We've got contests that are running, and our next guest has donated 2 amazing things. We're going to bring him on, and I'm pretty excited because he is an amazing, amazing individual. Ryan Buckley just asked, when does the time for the VIP package stop? Ryan, we will run it till midnight East Coast time, so that'll be 9 p.m. West Coast time. But yeah, midnight East Coast, we'll run it. And just go to the site, and once you buy your books, all you have to do is put your name and email and the receipt number in, and we'll get that, and then we'll be shipping these out starting this weekend. And I hope we have so many that we're working well into next week to get it done. So I appreciate all of you. And guys, it is my honor to bring on our next guest. He is I'll tell you what, man, he and I met years ago, and he is a shining example of the accomplishment of the American dream. I think there are people out there that are trying to spread this message that the American dream is no longer alive, that it doesn't exist. And I know that's not true. That is a lie. It is a myth. This individual is a shining example of it. He came from a communist country. His family, he came from Armenia. And his family left. His dad was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, and he left, and they came to America to get their freedom. And he has built himself up into a very, very successful person. He runs multiple 7- and 8-figure businesses and is growing well. He'll be on his way to 9-figure businesses in no time. He is a tremendous coach. He is a tremendous friend, and he is the epitome of the American dream. So I want to bring on my friend and a mentor, just someone I hold dear to my heart, Mr. Bedros Keuilian. He is. Go ahead and let's bring him on.
Hey, what's going on?
What is up, my man?
What is going on, Jay? Thank you so much for the opportunity, man. I really appreciate you.
Brother, dude, you know how much I appreciate you, and with everything we're doing with the Pointman Planner launch and you coming on. And guys, right off the bat, I want to tell you 2 things. I want to tell you Bedros Keuilian has created an amazing endeavor called the Modern Day Night Project. And the Modern Day Night Project, actually, I'm going to let you describe it.
Sure.
And then I'm going to tell people we are running a giveaway right now for a slot to the Modern Day Night Project. So.
Yeah. By the way, I should tell you this, Jay, that as my wife here is driving us to San Diego, I've got my Pointman planner with me because I take it everywhere I go, and I really appreciate you putting the energy and effort and the thoughtfulness in creating this, man. It's helped me so much, and it's going to help so many. But the Modern Day Night Project is something near and dear to me because as we see now, there is literally an attack on masculinity. There's an attack on the male figure. There's an attack on the paternal leader, and that is there for a reason, because the more they can break down the protectors and the providers, the more likely they are to be able to have their way with our amazing country, the United States. And so the Modern Day Night Project is an opportunity for men to go through a 75-hour experience where they get to grow physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. And it's for men who are, suffering in silence. They now don't understand what their role is anymore. Maybe they're medicating themselves with alcohol, drugs, infidelity, pornography, whatever it might be. And it's gotten to a point where it's affecting their business and their life and their personal mission, quite honestly. And so it's an opportunity for these men to come together, to absolutely work hard together, to suffer together, and in suffering you are introduced to the highest version of yourself. And of course, our mutual friend Ray Kashkar is our lead instructor as a Navy SEAL for the Modern Day Night Project. And so needless to say, there's a bell where the guys can ring and quit. And this experience, however, has changed so many lives. We've now had 87 men go through it. In terms of graduates, we've had hundreds actually go through it. 87 men have graduated the 75-hour experience, and they've gone on to serve their communities, serve their families, serve their clients, customers, etc. And it's simply because we get you back on track with your purpose in your faith, family, fitness, and finances so you can live a life of fulfillment.
B, it's so true. And I think that this idea, and it goes so far beyond just I love this modern day night project. We are losing the resiliency. I believe this country was founded on the foundations of sacrifice and working hard. And there's a lot of people that they want to buy into this myth that no, that won't do it for you. But the thing is, there are millions and millions and millions, probably tens of millions of incredibly successful people just like yourself who came here and pulled themselves up from their bootstraps, and you have been knocked down. You have been on the X, and you have had to fight for what you have. And I think there's so many people that need that, especially men. We need leaders. We need people to step up. Not that man, the long-haired admiral is such an amazing example of a leader in our family. I know Di is a leader in your family, but men are not being forged into leaders and warriors and individuals who have the ability to fight to get off that X. And that is something the Pointman Planner teaches, whether you're a man or a woman. But I tell you what, the project teaches you how to do it in a way there's nothing like it out there. And I meet a lot of individuals who say to me, oh, I think I could have made it through SEAL training, or I think I could have made it through Ranger School. I graduated both. Well, hey, man, if you truly want to test your mettle, if you truly want to become the best version of yourself, then you should check out the project. Hey, if you can put that up, Bedros donated a slot to the project. And guys, this is no small thing. The project is a $12,000 endeavor. It is no joke. It pushes you to the limits, and it says $14,000 because we're including airfare and everything. So if you text project to 888-906-1359 right now, you are eligible to win the grand prize during our launch event, which is a slot to the project to work with Bedros Keuilian. And Ray Cash Care is going to come on later tonight when we find out who the winner is, and he's going to announce the winner and give him a little love. Now, understand, there is a caveat. There are two things that have to happen. Number one, the winner must pass the PT test. The project is physically incredibly grueling. And just like SEAL training, we won't allow somebody to come to SEAL training unless they've shown they have the ability to complete it. The project is the same way. You have to show you have the physical ability to complete it. And the instructors in Bedros are going to take a look at that and make sure you have the ability. Number two, both Bedros and I believe in life, you got to have skin in the game. Something for free, people they take it for granted. So an amazing charity that Bedros is a huge fan of is the Shriners Hospital for Children. So you have to make a $1,000 donation to the Shriners Hospital in order to participate, in order to go to the project. So check that out. If you want to do it one more time, text project to 888-906-1359. I now want to get into the second giveaway, and then we're going to talk more about the Pointman Planner with Bedros. The second giveaway, guys, is a signed copy of Bedros's book, Man Up. And guys, I read a ton of different books. I'm a big reader, and I love this book as a business book. And I love the subtitle, How to Cut the Bullshit and Kick Ass in Business and Life. And this book really is it. It's an easy read, and it's very practical on how to run your business and how to run your life with many of the tools and tips that Bedros talks about. So if you can put out our Man Up contest, if you text, let's put that up.
Is it this one?
Yep, there we go. So if you text Get Off the X to the same number, 888-906-1359, you will win a signed copy of the project, and that closes at 8 o'clock. So if you join this contest, you will get the signed copy of Man Up from Bedros Keuilian. So, B, you and I have had a lot of conversations. You and I have talked a lot about leadership and resiliency. We've talked about the future of this country. We've talked about problems. We've talked about getting off the X. We have Joke Wednesday to make each other laugh. But the reality is, man, I I think so many people in this life, they don't have a mission. They've never defined their values. They don't have a destination. They don't know how to set a course. And this book is about that. This planner is about this. Those 4 Point Man principles of, having a mission, having a course, having awareness of the world around you and the risks, and then, of course, being able to overcome and get off the X. It is a formula for success. You have been through so much in your life. You've had so many different ambushes. You've had so many different crises. COVID was a major crisis. What are some of the things that resonate? What are some of the Point Man principles that resonate with you and really make a difference on how you feel like? I know you live some of these things already.
Sure. Well, I got to tell you, for example, as 2020 came about and you were very intimately aware as a CEO of a fitness franchise with, at the time, 600 locations worldwide, nobody wanted to take my job as a CEO all of a sudden, because to have to make those decisions and tell our franchisees to shut those locations down in what was going to be a 2-week period to flatten the curve ended up being over 10 months of absolutely destroying the American economy and the world economy. And I'm not here to pull punches about the politics, et cetera, what's going on. But when you're looking at what is otherwise almost your baby that was built over a decade, literally falling apart over months in front of you, and locations are being fined $5,000 if they're per day if they're trying to train their clients at those locations. States like Texas and Florida were kind enough to, have limited capacity, et cetera. But most states, man, our fitness gyms were just struggling. And I remember thinking right back to your book, actually, Overcome, and thinking, all right, this is just another X that I'm on. This is another life ambush. We knew life ambushes come. I would have never thought it would come in the form of some kind of a flu-like virus, but bring it on. And so we went right back to, what is the new mission now? And the new mission now is not to sell new franchise locations. The new mission became saving and serving our existing franchisees by helping them pivot online. So, when you talk about your Point Man planner here, you sometimes have to go back and re-identify your mission based on the situation or the new X that you find yourself in. Going back to your first book, when you guys were on a mission where you got shot up, the mission very quickly changed into a save Jay's life mission because of the situation that unfolded. So, man, I got to tell you, with that said, but never mind just the mission, but the clarity in the way that you help people find their purpose, their course in life. And here's why that's important. Let me tell you a story about the German Shepherd dog. About 5-6 years ago, my son and I, we flew up to San Francisco and we rescued a German Shepherd dog. She's part German Shepherd, part Mastiff. Her name is Cookie. And my family and I, we never had a big dog before. We've always had small dogs. And so Cookie, weighing almost 90 pounds at the time, was pulling us around and just wasn't as obedient as we thought she should have been. And so we sent her out to boarding school. And in the process of being in boarding school, she learned a lot of commands. And in fact, the dog trainer there helped us understand Cookie better and become better dog owners. But she said something to me and my wife. She said, hey, just want to make sure that you're able to give this dog a sense of purpose, because when a dog is all German Shepherd or part German Shepherd, they want to be able to protect your family. They want to be able to shepherd your kids around. They want to have a sense of purpose and that their life is meaningful. And she said, in the absence of that purpose, your dog's going to get depressed and your dog's going to start feeling anxious, and she's going to start digging holes in your backyard. And I realized in that moment that we're no different than a dog, than a German Shepherd, because in the absence of purpose in a man's life, in a woman's life, in a human's life, in the absence of that, we begin to dig holes in our lives. And those holes show up with, again, too much TV, too much food, too much alcohol, too much drugs, too much whatever, going self-centered instead of becoming selfless and serving others. And so it's not just a good idea to figure out what your purpose is. It is imperative so that you don't dig holes in your life, which when you think about the divorce rate, when you think about the unhappiness rate, when you think about how stressed and overwhelmed and suffering in silence people are these days, the depression rates. In fact, my therapist, I was emailing with him recently, and he says, man, it's about a 3 to 4 month wait to come and see any therapist. There's never been such a wait period for therapists than ever before, because people who had to deal with this uncertainty of the virus in 2020, the uncertainty of where our country is headed, lost track of their purpose and started to get depressed, overwhelmed, anxious. And so if there was one thing that anyone can do is, look, I'm all for helping society, helping our country, helping your neighbor, but you got to first start by helping yourself. And that goes back to having a planner that can help you really get on track, identify your purpose, your mission, and then help you pivot through those ambushes as they come. As you've told me before, and you've taught me before.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that
the reason
I know Kenny and I were talking about is that balance is such a critical thing. And I think there's a lot of people out there that are out of balance. It's so natural in this life. And especially in Western cultures, we have a tendency to focus on our job. And I tell you what, if you are a law enforcement person or a police officer or a military person, we're really big into totally focusing on our job. The badge, the trident, the police, the fire helmet, it becomes your primary focus. And then, if you are running a company, your business becomes that primary focus. But guess what, guys? Those ambushes come. And if you're not balanced in this life, it's so easy to get knocked down. If you're balanced, it's easier to ebb and flow with the energy of the attacks. And this is why it's so critical. And that's really one of the big things the Pointman Planner teaches also, is how to be a leader and to be balanced in all these areas. And I can't encourage you more to do that. I would call mission and purpose the same thing, Sahar. They're synonymous with each other. So I use the word mission. Bedros uses the word purpose, but I will say there's a lot of people that are vague with it. They'll say, my purpose is to do this, but they've never actually sat down and really drilled into who they are and what makes them tick. I meet a lot of people in coaching that when I sit down with them and I'm like, hey, yeah, who are you and what are your values? And they throw out these cliche values, but when we really start to drill into what are they doing day in and day out, those values don't mean anything to them because they're not living by them. They're not do or die values. And if you understand your values, that now becomes your purpose and mission. I use it as mission because it is my mission to do these things, to be a good example, to be a good leader, to be a point man for my own life, to lead my family, to lead others, to motivate and inspire others to be better. That's all part of my mission. So,
and you know what, Jay, if I can interrupt you for a moment, I mean, you nailed it right there. And I just want to stress this point in case the audience kind of went over their head. You said, I need to lead myself. And every single person out there wants to motivate others. They want to inspire others. They want to lead others. But it all starts with first leading yourself. Like, how is your fitness, your mental fitness, emotional fitness, physical fitness, so that you could be whole and be able to inspire, motivate, and lead others? Because otherwise, if you're just broken, if you're people need to realize.
Guys, and I think Bedros might be out of some of the
I think everybody ought to get this
coverage. So I'll tell you this. Here's an important fact about leading yourself. I meet so many people that get stuck on the X and they're waiting for someone to come save them. And I have come to learn, working with wounded warriors, working with individuals that have been through trauma, working with individuals that have had some major crisis. I'll be honest, I think it is a problem we're seeing in our country right now because there's a pervading mindset of becoming the victim. Well, a victim waits for somebody else to save them. They want to blame others. They want to blame their circumstances. They want to blame their problems on external factors, and they want external factors to save them. And let me tell you something. All that does is creates this vortex where you just sit in the darkness and where you sit on the X. You have to learn how to lead yourself off that X. And I've seen it again and again. Until you're willing to get up off that X and drive forward and start to make changes in your own life, you're just going to be stuck on it. And I've watched so many people that do it that are just pinned on that X. And that's what this is about. So, B, we were losing your signal. How are you doing now? Let me hear you.
Hopefully I'm doing better. Can you hear me okay now?
A little better.
Okay. Sorry about that, man. The traffic here was so insane that I was hoping I could be at the hotel.
Okay. Hey, 10 minutes left if you want a signed copy of the project. 10 minutes left if you want to enter our contest for Man Up right here. So Man Up, amazing book by Bedros. If you want a signed copy of Man Up, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. We got 10 minutes left in that contest. And the great thing, we use this contest software. You will be notified immediately if you won. And if you did not win, don't worry, we give you a little bit of a consolation prize. So B, any further thoughts? I mean, one of the things, we only got a couple minutes left with you. You are an incredibly diverse individual, and you and I really connect on a lot of levels, because not only are you a physical leader, you're a mental leader, you're a thinker, you're a great father, you're a great husband, and all these things that enable balance. What are some of the things that maybe you can leave? We've got a lot of people on here that they're running their own business, or maybe they're trying to figure out, how do I become a better leader? What are some of the things that you've seen that resonate with you? And maybe there's some of the overlap of the principles that we talk about in the Pointman Planner that enable success.
You know what? I'm glad you asked, man, because there are some universal principles that work on the battlefield and in the business field. And so let's just talk about those for a moment. One of them being a singularity of focus. I can tell you this, that anytime I've grown any one of my businesses, I've gone all in on that one business until it reached a milestone that I set before I launched the next business. And how often do we get kind of hung up and jammed up when we're starting a business and we reach that point of frustration with it, and instead of hunkering down and breaking through, we lose focus, and the idea fairy comes, and then we start creating a new business. And so now we've got these half-baked businesses swirling around in our heads. And anytime I've seen someone who says, hey, I want to be a successful entrepreneur, I go, tell me about your number one thing that you want to solve problem for society in exchange for money. And they go,
all right, guys. Yeah, we're really struggling with Bedros' signal. So I think we're gonna wrap things up with B. B, I love you, baby. You and I just connect, man. I mean, you have become a tremendously great friend of mine. You're just a wealth of knowledge.
Your wheels for so long. So lesson number one would be singularity of focus.
B, I'm gonna interrupt here. We're definitely having issues with the signal. So, guys, what he was talking about was singularity of focus, and it is such a critical thing. I meet so many people who they're focusing on so many different things. They're so far out of balance, and they're trying to do everything at once. And singularity of focus doesn't necessarily, you still have to have balance, but you have focus in specific areas of your life at time. That is one of the things that I try to accomplish with the Pointman Planner, to force you to look at the different areas of your life, and also to make sure you have singularity of focus around you, awareness of the indicators and the potential ambushes coming. So, guys, we have a few minutes. I'm going to play a video. Actually, let's play the start of my TED Talk, and we'll take a quick break, and then we're going to announce that we'll come back up. We'll announce the winner for Man Up, and we're going to bring on our next guest. But I just want to say thank you to everyone. Can we put up the ticker for the Pointman Planner launch? Please, if you have not bought a Pointman Planner yet, I really encourage you to do so. Maybe you're an individual you're like, yeah, man, I don't need a mission. I don't need any of that. But guess what? Maybe you have a friend that's struggling. Maybe your mom or your dad or a coworker. Someone is just like, man, I'm really trying to find my purpose in this life. This would be great for them. And I think it's an amazing gift. Jeff Arnhem said, I've been through 3 leadership skills when I was in the military, and they never taught the critical skill of leading yourself. When I first heard and learned of it through Jason, it was a huge help. Guys, I was the same way. I failed as a leader when I almost got myself kicked out of the military at one point, out of the SEAL teams, because I wasn't effectively leading myself. It's the number one thing I see people do. The Pointman Planner is, how do you effectively lead yourself and build these principles into your life? Yep, that one right there. So we're going to bring up, I'm going to let you guys check out a few minutes of the TED Talk.
Since I have both you and Kenny here, I'd like to say, so not only are we selling amazing Pointman planners, but we have 2 new Overcome Army members.
Yeah, baby. So awesome. Those of you that if you are Overcome Army is a group coaching group that's focused on relentless positivity, accountability, and goal setting, guys. And it's not, it's not like we don't force anybody to do anything. As a matter of fact, some of our members take about, 6 months to get settled. Looks like we got Ray Cascare in the house. What's up, Ray? Ray's going to be coming up later, guys. My teammate Ray and I went through Buds together. We were in the same boat crew. So Ray, it's good to see you on here. But the Overcome Army, it is about being better with yourself. And I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to tell you you're a terrible person or anything like that. We're just going to encourage you to be positive and slowly get better. And it's been amazing to watch the members of our group. Every quarter we do something called the One Goal Challenge, and it's fun. It's fun to see the goals that people set for themselves and how they grind through.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please do. Coach Kenny is one of our coaches for the Overcome Army.
And when it comes to the Overcome Army, it's just not, people ask me all the time, do you have to be military, fire, police? Man, we have school teachers, we have doctors, we have construction workers, we have train operators, sheriffs, nurses. It's so many different professions, so many different types of people. It is just amazing. So no, you don't have to be in the military or fire or police to be in the Overcome Army. Like I say, it's every profession I think I'm even forgetting a couple, Jay. There's so many professions. We have mermaids. We have folks who are real.
We do. We have a
mermaids.
professional mermaid, and she is awesome.
But don't get caught up in it. It is relentless positivity. Don't get caught up in the fact that you don't think you have anything in common with the military or fire or police, because it's so much more than that. It is relentless positivity. It is setting those small goals, which lead to those big goals. It's getting yourself off of an X. It is this no politics, just the most positive platform on earth, in my opinion, you can go to. So Overcome Army, sign up. Let's go. Let's roll.
Yeah, baby. All right, guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to bring up the start of my TED Talk. We'll play that throughout as we're taking breaks. Hey, if you have not signed up and you want a signed copy of Man Up, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. This will close out at 8 p.m. We will come back. We will have our next guest. We have Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, who is amazing. She was a military spouse. She is a doctor. She focuses on optimizing yourself through nutrition and fitness, and she is amazing. That's who's coming up next. Hey, if you haven't bought your Pointman planner yet, go buy one. If you already bought one, go buy one for someone else. We want to drive this to a bestseller because I want you to be a Pointman for your own life. All right, we'll be right back. As a Navy SEAL leader, I've always chosen light and fast over slow and heavy. As such, I rarely wore my side plates into battle. But on this one mission to neutralize a high-value Al-Qaeda leader in 2007, I had a little voice in my head say, "Wear your side plates." Well, I tell you what, thank God that I listened, because that night we were ambushed. And I was shot 8 times by an enemy PKM machine gun to my body and face, leaving me for dead in the middle of one of the fiercest firefights of my war. A little over 96 hours later, I found myself in a hospital bed in Bethesda, Maryland, struggling
as the doctors filled me with overwhelming information. Lieutenant Redmond, you have no use of your left hand. We don't know the extent of the nerve damage. Your elbow is destroyed. We're thinking about amputating your arm. You are trached, you are wired shut, and we are feeding you through a stomach tube. Lieutenant Redmond, it's going to take years to put you back together. As this information began to sink in, I suddenly was hit with a stark realization. My military operational career is over. I'm going to be permanently disabled, and I will be forever disfigured. As I was trying to process this, I suddenly heard a conversation close by, and it sounded a little like this. What a shame. What a pity. We send these young men and women off to war, and they come home broken and battered, and they're never going to be the same. They're never going to find success. They're never going to be able to get back out there and achieve the American dream. And as I digested all of this, I couldn't help but think to myself, it is the end. And I know there's so many of you in the audience right now that are listening. You're thinking to yourself, oh my God, I cannot relate to this. I can't relate to be in the middle of a firefight and be shot by a machine gun with bullets the size of my thumb. I can't imagine laying in a hospital bed and being told we may have to amputate your limbs. But the reality is, you all can relate because everyone has the end moments. Everyone in this audience has encountered a the end moment before. And if you have not, I got bad news. They are coming. They're coming for all of us. And you see, they are relatable. Like the father who came home to find out his young wife was having an affair. And as he signed the divorce papers looking at his young children, he thought to himself, it is the end. Or the entrepreneur who, sitting there going over his financials, looking at his $1 million company is going down the drain. And he thinks to himself, it is the end. Or the
What's up, everybody? We are back. It is the official launch of the Pointman Planner, and we had the amazing Bedros Koulian on. We've had Kenny Mitchell, and we have been talking about the Pointman principles. I'm getting ready to bring on our next amazing guest. Guys, I can't express to you how important it is in this life to understand how to lead yourself and how to create balance and how to understand what your values and your mission are. It will make your life so much easier. And that boils down to the 4 Pointman principles. And someone who has lived these things, she has become a friend of mine. She is my doctor. She helps me optimize. Many of you know that I went through a major, it was my 4th life ambush in this life earlier this year. I got really sick and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I'll be honest, for a small period of time, I thought I had cancer. My blood cells were all messed up. Even some of the blood cells were could have possibly been a pre-indicator of cancer. They couldn't find it. I was wrecked. I lost like 35 pounds. I could barely work. And this individual helped me through that. She helped diagnose me and navigate these rough waters. But it was her mission, that kept her on course, her destination. It was my mission with what I believe in that kept me on course. And I think that's so critical. So it is my honor to bring on, please bring out that bio for an absolutely amazing individual. Dr. Gabrielle Lyon is a nutritional science doctor. She is the founder of the Institute for Muscle-Centric Medicine, a healthcare practice that provides solutions to weight loss and longevity. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about protein. One of the first levels of the Pentagon peak performance I talk about is physical leadership and taking care of yourself. And she is also a military spouse. So she was actually she's married to a former teammate of mine. So we're going to talk about some of that. So let's bring on the beautiful, the amazing, the incredibly intelligent Dr. Gabrielle Lyon. Welcome.
What is up? Woo! All right. I loved what you said there, Jason. In order for individuals to be the best version of themselves, it all comes down to their wellness, right? That's the defining factor.
Yeah.
Your ability to go far in any capacity, in your business, in the military, whatever it is, it's all about you. So you have to learn to lead yourself, especially.
It's critical. And I meet so many people, Gabrielle, when I go to so many businesses that bring me in to talk about leadership. And this happens so much. I'll have individuals that will come up to me and say, hey, man, I'm really struggling to lead my team. We're having these issues or that. Yeah. And I'll ask, and they'll say, how can I be a better leader of my team? And I'll ask them, I'll say, hey, answer me this. How well do you lead yourself? And I know immediately if there's a problem. Houston, we got a problem. When they go, no, man, you don't understand. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my team. I'm having issues leading my team. And I'm like, yes.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's interesting. I have the privilege to be able to take care of some of the most exceptional humans on the planet, you included. And it's really interesting. They deeply understand the difference between being an asset versus a liability. Individuals that are leading from the front, they are all assets. And, you know, it comes down to understanding that wellness and health has to be a priority, and that, you know, it's so interesting. It's predictable. Human nature, human vices, behavior under stress is incredibly predictable. And the patients that do the best have a keen understanding and awareness, not of their strengths, but always of their weaknesses. And this, by the way, is amazing. You guys have to check this out, the Pointman Planner. Yeah. The truth is, Shane wanted his own copy. So you guys addressed it to both of us, and he was already in it before I could even get to it. But this is mine. Shane, if you're watching and you want a copy, you're on your own.
Hey, you tell Shane to call me. I know the author. He's a great friend. Wait, I am the author. And I will send him a copy. Hey, and if you have not bought your copy of the Pointman Planner, please do it, guys. Somebody wrote on here and they said, Carrie did. Hey, what's up, Carrie? It's good to see you. She said, hey, the Pointman Planner live link takes me to Amazon. Yes, please go to Amazon, guys. We are selling through Amazon, and we're taking care of all the fulfillment. As a matter of fact, only if you buy through Amazon do you get the VIP Deluxe package, because Amazon, we want to drive the Pointman Planner to be a bestseller, because if it becomes a bestseller, Amazon shows it to more people. There's more opportunities to get it in the hands of people who are looking to define their mission and become better in their lives. So please, if you haven't bought it yet, go buy a copy. Gabrielle, I want to talk about the 4 Pointman principles and how these apply to your life and to others' lives, because the great thing about it, what I'm talking about is not unique.
I think we lost her.
Yeah, we'll bring her back. What I'm talking about is not unique. I meet a lot of people that say, well, you were a Navy SEAL, of course you can do that. But here's the reality. So it looks like they're having a storm in New York, because Dr. Gabrielle said they just lost power. We'll be back up. It flickered. So the reality is, these are human principles, guys. The ability to lead yourself, the ability to put some time and effort into your physical life, the ability to have balance. And that's what I teach. It is about small incremental steps. In both my Overcome book and in the Pointman Planner, it is about, we talk about something called the Kaizen principle, which is a Japanese principle of small incremental advances lead to great success. And that's what I'm trying to teach you. Too many people get overwhelmed and they live in a reverse world. They basically believe that they spend a lot of time just running in different directions. And 80% of the time, they're all over the place. Then 20% of the time, they get organized and focused. Same thing with people that are trying to lose weight. 80% of the time, they don't think about it. 20% of the time, they're like, let me eat a salad. Well, guess what? It will never work. You will never be successful living your life that way. You've got to do it at least 80% of the time. That's what we try and push people to do. That's what takes structure. That's what takes that's what enables progress, guys. And that's what we're about tonight. So I know Dr. Gabrielle is coming back on. Yep, absolutely. We got you back. So what's going on?
Just so you know, we lost power twice.
She's overcoming.
You're overcoming. It's what you do. All right. So, but Gabrielle, what I was talking
Am I
about.
here? I'm back.
All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. We were talking
So
about
listen, we lost power twice, just so you know.
Okay. Well, hey, you got to love technology. It has its ups and downs. And hey, you know what? Before, I should have highlighted our next contest. So if we can highlight the next contest, because we closed out the last contest. Whoever won it, please text me and we'll announce who won the signed copy of Man Up.
Virginia.
They are in Virginia. All right. So whoever won, we can see your number, but until you email me, I got no name. I don't know who you are. But the next one, 8 o'clock contest. So the next one, guys, we're giving away 3 free months in the Overcome Army and an Overcome Army t-shirt. So if you text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359, you are now entered for this next contest, which is 3 months free in the Overcome Army and an Overcome Army t-shirt. So it looks like we lost Dr. Gabrielle again. So it looks like they're having storm issues up in New York. That's where she's at. So big shout out to her. I would like, let me look at some of the comments. I'd like to answer some of the questions. Mark Gasser, so I appreciate that. Luca Otto, what's up? Great to be able to join the event from Spokane, Washington. Great to see you guys. I actually spoke to the Spokane Police Department years ago. So big shout out, much love. It's pointmanplannerlaunch.com.
Or go to Amazon.
Yeah, or just go to Amazon, guys. So please, please, please purchase your Pointman planner through Amazon. I would ask you to do that. That's what we're trying to accomplish tonight. If you look at the link on the scrolling tape on the bottom of the page, it's pointmanplannerlaunch.com.
I love everybody that's posted that is bought from our website. Now, if they'll actually go do Amazon, also, we'll love them that much more.
Nick Moldavin, my wife and I share an Amazon account. I purchased mine. When she orders one, does she get the VIP? We have 2 homes. I want to. Absolutely, man. We will take care of you guys. Normally, though, I will say we're just going to do one VIP box per order. But if you contact us and let us know you've got extenuating circumstances, please let us know. So, Dr. Gabrielle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, let's. So the 4 Pointman principles are a relentless belief in a clearly defined mission.
Yeah.
A relentless belief in your mission, a clearly defined destination and course, and a destination is our long-term goals. Our course is our short-term goals. It is situational awareness and risk assessments, understanding the indicators that there's potential problems. And then the last one is an overcome mindset to get off the X. Can I say this? Can I say you were married to a SEAL? Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, we are definitely having some internet connections with New York. So, let's, yeah, Christoph, you want to join me? So our next guest is already here, and I'm going to bring him up. So, guys, if any of you out there have ever watched or listened to the Christoph Lewis podcast, it is amazing. It is a nationally and internationally recognized podcast. Yeah. Dude, welcome. Yeah, it's so good to see you. Thanks for having me. Glad you could be here. Holy smokes, man. Life is about challenges, and it's about how do you grind and deal with them.
We're living and breathing your book right now.
We are.
We're overcoming.
We are.
And I'm here locally, and I appreciate you having me here. Super humbling to be a part of this, and I'm really excited to talk about your book.
Dude, I'm so glad you could be here. And let's talk about, you are a Navy veteran. You're an entrepreneur. You've been getting out there. You are a host of a podcast, and there's podcasts are super popular right now. And and I know how much work
it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
Let's just say
a lot of work.
If you could see what's going on here today with all the behind the scenes stuff, and it takes a team. And I was telling your wife earlier, I love to see your family a part of this too.
It is.
It takes a village to put out.
I want to tell you guys, I am very fortunate. Thank you for saying that.
No, it's awesome.
I am very fortunate that the long-haired admiral and I run our business together. Our kids work for us. My older daughter is huge into fitness and nutrition. She is a beast. She's into Olympic weightlifting. She is one of my Overcome Army coaches. She is a nutrition and fitness coach. My son is behind the camera, and he helps us with all the streaming the videos. My younger daughter helps me on a lot of different fronts. She helps us ship stuff out. So it is amazing if you can bring people together in your family and have singularity of focus, and everybody brings that mission on.
Our connection does look good right now. If we want to bring Gabriella back too. Oh no.
Yeah, we can. Hey, I'm gonna have Christoph stay here with me. We're gonna bring Gabrielle back on. We're gonna try this.
Sure, you should come in here. Why don't we have a 2-for-1 in case I got tech support? So I see engaged.
Is that the devastatingly handsome Mr. Shane?
That's right.
No, it's called tech support, Jay, just in case.
What's up, brother? Good to see you.
What's up, Jason?
Actually, I'm glad you're here because we were talking about the 4 Pointman principles, and a Pointman is a leader. And I was fortunate enough to have some amazing Pointman. And when I talk to other SEALs, they frequently will, oh my God, they'll name a name of a guy that was a great Pointman. What I want to know is I want Dr. Gabrielle to throw you under the bus a little.
I'd love to.
And because Erica would totally throw me under the bus. And, she will bring up this story. And as a matter of fact, we may have to bring her on because I actually was, for a very small period of time, I was a Pointman. I walked rear security. I taught navigation. And we'll bring her on to talk about a story of how, when our daughter was born, how I lost the car. So I hear that a lot. So, Gabrielle, is Shane a good navigator?
With GPS, he is. With GPS. If you take away the GPS,
Hey, let me tell you
and
something.
then he tells me about land nav and winter all week.
Let me tell you something. These Green Berets were making fun of me and said, what are you going to do if your GPS breaks or your batteries run out? I said, I'll use my second or third GPS. And they were sad. We did land nav. They asked me to navigate.
And how many GPSs did you carry?
That was the point, man. I mean, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. That means 2 is 0. So obviously I carried 3.
Outstanding. Well, I will tell you this, man. Technology fails. And I learned my lesson on one of the very first missions as a mobility force commander in Iraq. We were driving to a target and our total nav system failed. And it put us into a horrible situation. Thankfully, nothing happened, but it put us into a really bad situation, in a very dangerous area of Fallujah, Iraq, where we were in what we call an ambush alley. And it taught me a lesson, and I said, never again. I never went anywhere. I did extensive map studies. I had stacks of imagery in the vehicle with me. I had alternate routes already planned out that if our system went down. And guys, that's really what the Pointman Planner is. It is a series of alternate routes. It is a mindset of preparation. Ambushes are going to come, problems are going to come, and it is already thinking ahead where we're going to be and how you will deal with those problems. It's understanding this is my mission, this is where I want to go, this is my destination, this is my course, and making sure that we always know how to get there. So Shane and Gabrielle, when I talk about mission, when I talk about course, when I talk about awareness, and when I talk about overcome mindset and getting off the X, what does that mean to both of you? Gabrielle, you have worked frequently with a lot of special operations individuals and very high level people who are dealing with a lot. And Shane, are you okay with me talking about what you're doing now?
Sure. Yeah.
So Shane was a SEAL medic, and he's out now, and he's going to medical school, and it is incredibly grueling. And they are also both young parents. So how do you stay on course when you're running a business, when you're making sure that you take care of your family, you take care of your people, and you take care of your fitness? So what do those things mean to you? And did we announce that?
I don't believe so yet.
No, I announced the 8 o'clock.
Can we put it up a little bit?
Yeah, let's put it up again real quickly. I want you guys to answer that, but I want to hit one more time the 8 o'clock contest. It is live right now. If you are interested in 3 free months in the Overcome Army, our group coaching group, and if you're interested in an Overcome Army t-shirt, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. This contest will run till 8:30. And then I want to go back to Shane, you are not eligible. And hey, I'm sending you a Pointman planner for yourself. Get it, Gabrielle said you were trying to steal hers.
I told you that.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Jay, I just want to say something. You know, taking care of the individuals that I take care of, and I do take care of a lot of elite military operators. One of the things that I will tell you is the Pointman planner isn't just good for life. It is really good if you have health and wellness goals, which everybody in this space, if an individual wants to be exceptional, this Pointman planner, let's just say they focus on an individual domain like health and wellness. This planner can, I believe, take them to the next level, and it's written. So there's a lot of power in writing down where you want to go, what your mission is as it relates to your health. I think it's amazing.
I agree 100%. And for anybody that's coming on late,
Married up.
if you purchase tonight, you will get the VIP package, which also comes with the Pointman Planner mission planning poster. And it has your mission, it has your short and long-term goals, your life's mission objective. It's for you to put up on the wall. I agree 100% with Gabrielle. When you write it down, it becomes real. And when you see it over and over again, it keeps you on course. It's no different from pulling the compass out and looking at where am I going. There are so many people that get off course. They decide this is my goal, this is where I want to go, and then they never bust their compass out again. And then they're so far off course. They're like, how the hell did I ever end up in this place? Well, it's because you never pulled your compass out to stay on course, and that's what this is about. Shane, when you hear those things, right now, your mission, you have a lot of different aspects of your mission. You being a SEAL, understand this a lot more than others, but your mission is to become an amazing doctor. But your mission also is to be a good husband, to be a good father. And I see you doing those things. How do you find that balance, but not lose sight of your mission and the destination and the course that you're on?
Yeah, I think there's a few parts to it. So one, I try to stay organized, and I know I have X amount of flashcards and practice questions and things I want to get done in 6 weeks before I take this big block exam. And I'll make sure I plan out how many I have to get done every single day. And that way I'm not cramming at the end. I have some friends very successful, but then they get stuck and they're cramming at the end, and then they do worse. And then two, I like to work really hard and try to be the best. And so one, I got advice from people who've been in my shoes before, which is very helpful to navigate unknown territory. But I try to get up early in the morning before everybody's up, 4 or 5 at the latest if I'm slacking, and get my work done for the day, go do my job, do my training, do what I need to do for the day. And then after that, I can come home and spend time with family. So prioritizing, getting stuff done up front, working hard, having that stuff planned out in advance, what I need to do every day, and knocking it out in the morning. I think that's pretty key.
So, what Shane was talking about is really everything that this is about. It's leading yourself comes down to creating structure and discipline and a path in your life. And I think that there are a lot of people that I meet so many people that talk about where they want to go, but they never take action to go there. They don't know how to lead themselves. So they hope that somebody else will come along and save them or help them or get them where they want to go. Well, the reality is, if you're not willing to do it yourself, if you're not willing to get off that X and set that path like Shane is doing and like Dr. Gabrielle has done, it will never happen. It will never happen. You'll just go through your life, and all of a sudden your life will go by, and you'll wake up one day and you're like, how did I never hit these goals that I wanted to? It's because you have to have a plan. You have to have a mindset to execute. And guess what? Things are going to go wrong. The ambushes are going to come along. And the difference between elite performing people and truly successful people is they figure out how to get off the X. They already have a mindset to do that. So, Gabrielle, you work with a lot of people in and teaching them how to be healthy and what a difference that makes. And I know that's one of the foundational levels of my Pentagon and Peak Performance is physical leadership. Let's talk about that for a minute. How does incorporating a mission of physical fitness and nutrition and overall what I call physical leadership make a difference in people's lives, because it's something that you have focused your life on? It is your mission.
Yeah. Yes. My mission is to change the paradigm of thinking around how we age and really what does longevity look like. Nutrition, fitness, and the aspects of an individual's home are the foundation for an individual's ability to reach their ultimate potential as it relates to the trajectory of their life. It is core and fundamental. In fact, you will never become as successful as you could be if you don't get those things under control. And, you know, it's interesting. This is a case where you have to plan for your vices and you plan for your weaknesses. Everybody focuses on, oh, do this and be healthy. But what an individual has to understand is that the path can be laid out, but if they understand their internal compass and where they fall short, then they'll be able to execute consistently. And that's really a key. It's not necessarily about what is the program. The program is important, but it's an ability to stay on task when things are inconvenient, especially when they're inconvenient, and kind of knowing when that's coming and preparing for it.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Shane.
So I think it's important, kind of on that note, I was going to say this earlier, but, you know, I actually plan on getting behind on things. And so I actually do a little extra every day because I know I plan in a catch-up day every week. So I do a little bit extra because I know that life happens. And I think when you plan to the T and you don't plan for, you know, that life that's going to happen, you don't have that catch-up day, you don't do a little bit extra every day, I think that's when people get caught.
It's true. And that's really important, Shane. And I think that's something the SEAL teams taught us and something that I really incorporated in the Pointman Planner. Problems are going to arise. It's just a way of life. But if you already have a mindset that, hey, there's going to be problems, there's going to be issues, everything from what I call minor ambush or micro ambushes, which is the ambush of the mind, to the minor ambushes, which are scheduled disruptions, to the major ambushes where your life just got turned upside down from an injury, an illness, financial crisis, whatever it is. But they all make the difference. And it is the mindset and a little bit of prep and a little bit of self-leadership that makes the difference, which is what this book is about. Hey guys, the contest for the 3 months free in the Overcome Army and for the Overcome Army t-shirt, you've got just a couple minutes left. If you're coming on right now, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. You guys will remember that. It's the same text for every contest. But this one closes at 8:30. You've got 4 minutes left before we close out. So,
can I say something else?
Please.
One of the things that becomes so important is that you have to track and know your data. And by writing it down and seeing and reflecting on the past, so if you don't reach a health or a fitness goal, you know exactly why. If you track it, you see where you have done well and where you haven't. Then you're not confused anymore as to whether you hit it or you didn't and the reasons why. So I think being able to write something down and actually being able to go back and look at it really helps with data as opposed to just dreaming.
And guys, there's a ton of tools in this book. I'll admit, I'm already ready. I'm already working on version 2 because I realized I probably should have gone more in depth because there's some hidden gems in here that I didn't elaborate on enough. One of them is in the appendix. There's actually a couple of them, but one key one I want to talk about is being aware, self-awareness of where we are and constantly evaluating where we are. Shane talking about, hey, there's going to be problems, so I plan a day where I can catch up because I know that I may get behind. I developed something called a personal risk assessment. In the military, we had risk assessments. Before we went out on a mission, there was a acronym called C-Vortex that we would utilize to analyze a mission and say, hey, these are the key things we should be looking at before we go out on this mission to evaluate the dangers, to minimize the risks. Well, why don't we do that in our own lives? I meet so many people, and I know Gabrielle does on the health side, individuals who have got health issues and they've been told you need to do better in these areas of your life, but then they don't, and then they end up having a heart attack or diabetes or some other problem that could have been prevented. So I have a risk assessment called Overcome, and each letter stands for something you should be evaluating on a regular basis. O, overall health. V, values and mission. E, equilibrium in the Pentagon, the 5 areas I talk about. R, investing your relationships. Are you spending time in the key relationships in your life? C, communication. Are you communicating with people, with your family, with your kids, with your coworkers, with your employees? O, outside support. Are you seeking out the outside support, the mentors, the friends, the things that'll help you stay on course? M, money. Money's such a big one. People let money rule their lives. How are you managing it? And then E is the end state, guys. The end state, and that in the poster is the life's mission objective. We all someday are going to check out of this life. And how are you managing that, and how are you living that? So, all right, guys, we only got a couple of minutes. Gabrielle, tell everybody what you're doing. You're talking about optimizing fitness and nutrition, trying to increase the longevity of so many people. A lot of you guys don't know, Gabrielle is actually 105 years old.
It's all the Botox.
Yeah, look amazing.
So I founded the Institute for Muscle-Centric Medicine, and it's the concept that muscle is the largest organ in the body. And everybody focuses on adiposity and these end-stage diseases, but really the solution is skeletal muscle, and skeletal muscle is actually an endocrine organ. And with that, I really focus on optimization, hormone optimization, gastrointestinal optimization, nutrition, training. It is very much a proactive approach to wellness as opposed to reactive. And you have high blood pressure, so we'll treat that. It's not about that. It's about finding the underlying cause of whatever it's going on, removing that, healing it, and then really thinking about what it looks like in your ideal life. Like, how do you want to perform and how do you want to function? And I'm a full physician, so I look at everything, sleep and blood work, the whole 9, everything.
I love it. And you are my doctor. You help me to stay on point. And I'm stubborn. So, there are certain things.
Say, Jay.
She would love me to totally cut out, but there's balance in life, guys. And even within my own group, I say, hey, your goal is 80-90% of the time to follow these things. I think sometimes people burn out. I like to have a tasty beverage every now and then. I think Dr. Gabrielle would be happy if I never touched a tasty beverage again. But it is about this balance, and she is pretty amazing. So, hey, I appreciate everything that you guys do, both Gabrielle and Shane. Do we have a winner? Or I'm not seeing any of that. But listen, guys, if you have not bought a Pointman planner yet, I really encourage you to do it. It will make the difference. Everything that Dr. Gabrielle has talked about, everything that Shane talked about, everything that Bedros talked about, everything that I'm talking about, it will help you do those things. One of the areas that I talk about something in the Pointman planner called the rule of 3 Ps. It is 1 personal goal, 1 professional goal, 1 physical goal. This creates balance in your life. It makes you think about, these are things I need to do. And Dr. Gabrielle was talking about, if you take care of your body, you will be better. You will have less stress. You will sleep better. You will feel better. You will look better. I mean, look how good both of them look. They make me sick. So they're so beautiful. Me, I needed millions of dollars in plastic surgery to look half as good. So
what I can tell you is that the winner of the 3-month Overcome Army lives in Southwest or South Michigan.
All right, the winner lives in Michigan. So if you won, let me see if I got an email. I don't see it. But congratulations to whoever's in Michigan that won the 3-month Overcome Army. All right, guys. Go to PointmanPlannerLaunch.com if you haven't bought a Pointman planner, and take a look at that page, because we have gifts if you buy more than 5. Everything from challenge coins to our new Pointman shirts. Kevin Washington letting me know I look incredibly sexy. Kevin, I love you, man. Thank you. I need compliments a lot. I have very low self-esteem, and but yeah, baby, we are obviously offering some great prizes if you're buying more books. Please give them to your family, your employees, and we're trying to push this to both help people out and to make Pointman Planner a bestseller. So, all right, guys. We really appreciate you. If you are not doing it yet, check out Dr. Gabrielle Lyon online. She's on all the socials. She puts out amazing content on building muscle being the organ of longevity. And she and Shane are there, man. They're doing it. And love you guys. Thank you for coming on. And you guys got anything else? Any final comments?
No.
Oh. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you so much. It's amazing. You did a great job.
I appreciate it. So much love to you guys. I will talk to you guys later. All right, guys.
Gluten.
All right. Be well. If you guys are just coming on, we're going to take a break real quick, and then we're going to go back and talk to Christoph some more. But we're going to play our Pointman Planner video. That way, you know, what is the Pointman Planner? Why did I create it? Some of you might have seen it already. If you've seen it already, go take a break. Go grab a tasty beverage. Go grab something to eat, or go buy another Pointman Planner at pointmanplannerlaunch.com. I'm okay with that. And we're going to play this video, and we'll be right back. I just released my third book, The Pointman Planner. I'm retired Navy SEAL Jason Redman. I'm the author of the famous bright orange sign of resiliency and tenacity I posted on my hospital door. Now, I've transitioned to the civilian world as a New York Times and Amazon best-selling author, $1 million speaker, and peak performance coach. I've had some great successes in my life, but I've also had some major setbacks and failures. In every one, I remember that pivotal moment after the initial carnage and the dust settled. I remember in my leadership failures, I thought to myself, where do I go from here? I remember being shot in the face with a machine gun and laying in a hospital bed thinking to myself, where do I go from here? I remember a business crisis that threatened to shut down my company, and I remember thinking, geez, where do I go from here? I made it through all those ambushes by grinding, but it was never easy, and I remember thinking to myself, man, if only I had someone to help or a team of individuals. As I transitioned from the SEAL teams to the business world, I bought or downloaded every book, app, and journal I could find to help me be more productive and balanced in life. But every time I felt there were missing key items that I had in the SEAL teams, and often I would think back to the individuals I worked with and the structure and balance they had. You see, in the SEAL teams, we had individuals called Pointmen. They were experts in navigation, leadership, decision-making, fighting, and situational awareness. I remember often thinking after I retired, in those moments of doubt and struggle, thinking, where do I go from here? I would think if only I had a Pointman to help me through these rough situations. Well, I couldn't hire my own Pointman, but I did the next best thing. I developed a system to live my life by based off 4 key principles that I realized every great SEAL Pointman follows. These principles are captured in my new Pointman for Life courses and now in my new Pointman Planner. The baseline of everything we did in the SEAL teams was built on mission, and I realized the baseline for everything we do as humans also is built on mission. You don't have to be a SEAL or a military veteran to apply these principles. What I found is they work for anyone out there. The bottom line, if you have never defined your mission, you're always going to be off course. So if you're ready to define your mission, if you're ready to truly set your destination and course, if you're ready to have a system to both plan for, identify, and overcome any crisis you come up against, or if you're looking for goal setting, productivity, balance, and how to be the best version of yourself, physically, professionally, and personally, then the Pointman Planner is for you. Now available for sale on Amazon. Click on the link below and get off the X today.
Going live.
All right, I am live because Jay was still on break. So Jay and Christoph will be with you momentarily. So thank you for everybody. We have a ton of website orders. We have new Overcome Army subscriptions. The Amazon orders, we're fulfilling them, so we're seeing those come through. So thank you, everybody. And that's all I got. That's all I got.
How long do I have?
I'm live. I'm Jason Redman. I'm like taking your spot.
I'm in here with you.
I know.
Company.
Get some.
I know.
Hey, where's my countdown?
No, I'll follow up on.
I got like fog. Do you want fog? Do you want like a whole entrance?
That's a little foggy. So.
Hey, Nick. It's our snowshoe friends.
Hey, what's
Love
up?
them.
All right. What do you got to say?
I did. I've already said thank you to everybody that has ordered. We still have more giveaways. We have more guests. I'm super excited that you came out.
Thanks for having me.
So, years ago, you reached out and I helped arrange Jay on your podcast. Yeah. And then I said, hey, we're launching a speaker bureau. I have all these amazing people.
That's right.
And you were like, I want to interview all these amazing people. Send them to me. And so you interviewed so many Eagle Rise speakers, and we had never met. Mm-hmm. And then when Jay's book came out, Overcome, you and your beautiful wife and daughter came to the book signing and had moved to the area. So we actually got to meet you in person. But we haven't had you out to the office in person. So this is long overdue.
We'd love to do that. That was a lot to unpack, but I'll start at the beginning. Jay came on. We were just talking about the podcast. You were, I think, guest number 31. I did 300 episodes plus, and I did 3 years of that. Many. And you guys were instrumental in the success that the podcast had. I mean, we had so many guests on Eagle Rise, and it was just so incredible to see that. So I can't thank you enough.
Let me take a break for a second. So, hey guys, we are launching our next contest. Our next prize. We're really excited. No, I want you to stay here. You're doing great.
She'll do that.
Okay. Our next prize, guys, if you are in the 757 area, or even if you're in some of the other areas, Apex Entertainment is an amazing organization. You talk about fun. It is a huge facility that has everything in one place. There are going to be Apex Entertainments all across the country. They are scaling up. There's 5 locations now. There's one right here in Virginia Beach. And there's also some in New York. There's one in Maine. So if you live near any of those places, this is $300 in gift cards. It's basically a family night out. And you can do bowling. You can do, they have putt-putt. They have go-karts. Yeah, the go-karts are amazing. They have a gigantic arcade. They have tasty beverages for the adults, bumper cars. They have shooting, axe throwing, laser tag, not shooting.
Some kind of shooting.
Yeah, some kind of shooting. They have laser shooting.
Probably fun
but
for the whole
anyways,
family.
if you want $300 for your family to go up to Apex Entertainment, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359 to win the Apex Family Night Out. This contest closes at 9:00.
Nice. That's a lot.
It is a lot, man.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, this. Let's just stop and appreciate what's around us.
I like
that.
It
looks great.
I like that.
Appreciate your book too.
Thank you, man.
I mean, your books are instrumental in some of the success that I've had. I've had my own physical adversity too. And Finding Your New 100% was one of the things that I latched on from one of your older books.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumental in me being able to work out every day and do something every day and not get frustrated about that. So I'm really excited to leverage this one as well.
Thank you.
Add it to the tool belt.
And that's what it's about. All of it. Life is about adding tools to our tool belt. And let's talk about that. I think finding balance in our life and in our lives and having perspective is what enables us to become better leaders.
Sure.
And even better leaders of ourselves.
Yeah.
Because all of us are, well, I don't want to say all of us, but most of us are really hard on ourselves.
Yeah.
I think it's a natural part of life. We beat ourselves up. I know I'm very critical of myself. And what you talked about is a key principle. It's only natural in life that we look back on where we were. And if we get off course or we had a failure or we had an injury or something happened, we have a natural tendency to look back and say, well, I want to be everything that I was before and more. And sometimes that's impossible.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that.
Sure, absolutely. So I think you mentioned it in the beginning there, but I was in the Navy myself for 9 years and did a lot of stuff, seen a lot of places, and I'm very appreciative of that.
We did not work together.
No, we didn't work together. I was honored enough, again, just like I'm honored to be here tonight, to work with the teams for about 4 years. So about half the time I was in for 9 years, and I saw a lot of things, did a lot of things, but my body got beat up too, because I was telling you, I was a comms guy, or RTO, a radio telephone operator, and I had about 70 pounds of gear on me, trucking that around Afghanistan, and it takes a toll on your body. See, this is what I did.
This is real.
This is what I did.
This is real.
This is perfect timing.
Yeah.
But it was a lot. It took a toll on me, and
Our next guest is here. So yes.
No, it's a great security system.
It is.
It's a great security system. But
the
toll of that is the toll it took on me, and that happened in the service. But I'll tell you what, it got worse after I left. So I left the Navy in 2018, and not until 2019, 2 months after my baby daughter was born, did the injury resurface, and I couldn't even hold her 8 pounds.
Oh my God, that's
so it was pretty frustrating, and I was out of the physical game for 9 months, and then I came about your book, started learning more about you, and I read that one line about finding your new 100%. And some people tell you, that changed my life. It changed my life, Jay.
That's awesome.
It changed my life, and I hold it every day. And I'm on day 349 days of working out in a row. And I'm telling you, I'm not going in there doing something crazy. I'm doing something physical, and I'm doing what I can do. But just like we can compare ourselves to other people, and that can be a positive, right? A little competition, but sometimes it can be a huge negative. So I think, to your former point, I was comparing myself to me, and I couldn't do what I did when I was doing cool guy, comms guy stuff at the time, or what I was doing. And it was depressing.
It is.
It was really depressing. It was limitations. Not holding my daughter was very, very depressing. So I overcame that. And I think, to your fourth point, overcome, get off the X. What did I do? I had to move. I had to do something. Couldn't lift any weight, but I went anyway. Even at PT, sometimes I couldn't lift 15-pound dumbbells, but hey, let's just do the stem machine today. I did something.
And that's really important. That point, and guys, the thing about the Pointman Planner is these are things that I had to live and I have to use in my own life. I recently had to go back to this. I got super sick, and I was on my way. This was going to be the year I was going to set. So I set huge fitness goals to myself. I wanted to do a 500-pound deadlift. You guys may not notice, I'm not that big of a guy. So a 500-pound deadlift is a big lift for me. And I also wanted to crush the Murph. And then I got super sick, and I was deadlifting 400 pounds. Mm-hmm. And suddenly I went back to the beginning. Yeah. And that's really hard for people. But when you know who you are, mm-hmm. and your mission is to be the best version of yourself. I know that about you. Yeah. We've hung out. And you coming from the military, and especially coming from working in this Naval Special Warfare community, you also understand a destination and a course, and looking at the pros and cons and the risks, and then getting off the X. All these things applied to you, and now you're better for it. You've learned how to drive forward. How can other people do that also? Because so many people, man, so many that are out there right now that are listening to this have they've had some sort of accident. They've had some sort of injury. They've lost their business. Something has happened in their life, and they're stuck, and they're not moving forward. And they're spending so much time looking back on where they wish they could be, or to be that person again. Mm-hmm. How would you describe that for yourself, this journey?
Yeah, there's a few different ways I unpack that. Is first and foremost, control what you can control and do what you can do. And sometimes that's not going to be much, especially when you're comparing yourself to who you were before. So what do you got to do? Well, you got to establish which direction you want to go, but you got to go, right? So at that point, for my physical, let's take my example, right? I couldn't do anything, but I was just doing what I could. And then every day, and sometimes it's like a stock. It doesn't just go straight up. Sometimes it goes down, but ultimately you keep going forward. And I think it's so important to be able to just take that mindset and believe in yourself. And like you said, lead with yourself and be able to keep on pressing on and just do what you can. but it's those little steps. So it's both doing what you can, but it's consistently doing that as well and not taking huge breaks. That's why I've implemented my fitness challenge or whatever it is, which it's not this crazy big thing. It's just consistency. So that's one of the biggest takeaways in this last year of me doing this, building onto your new 100% is finding my new 100%, but doing it, not just talking about it, right? Like, I love books. You talked about that earlier too. I love books. I own a lot of them, but how many things am I actually applying from the books that I read?
Yeah.
So it's applying it consistently, and it's just freaking moving and doing as much as you possibly can. And I think being okay with yourself that sometimes it's not going to be that much, but that's okay. And sometimes it's not going to be at all. Like you said, we're super hard on ourselves. A lot of people in our profession, our former profession, whatever it has be, all the way from, I don't care what your role was, we hold yourself to a high standard, and it's really hard when you feel like you're not making that.
Yeah.
So consistency, do the best you can. And what we're doing right now is talking to all these people and learn as much about we can, and using your team, because sometimes you can't do it yourself and you need to find some people to lean on.
It is consistency is such an important word here, because it's one of the big things that we talk about in my group coaching program. It's so many people never start because the goal is too big or overwhelming, or they start and then they can't
that's why
continue.
your once a quarter in the planner is so good, right?
It is.
Because, okay, let's rewind a little bit back. You talked about setting a year. You wanted to break 500 pounds. Well, it didn't happen. So what happens? A lot of people stop.
Yeah.
And then they just don't do anything else. So it's great to set these long plans, these 5 years, these 10-year plans, but it's also great to set a plan for today.
Yes.
That's why I'm not a huge fan of New Year's resolutions, because Lord knows what the year brings, right? What did 2020 bring? Madness for the entirety of the world, not just the person. So what can I do today? What can I do tomorrow? But not forget to set long-term plans as well. So I personally like to set long-term goals, 1, 5, 10 years. But I also understand that those are probably going to change, and I might get to a new destination by the time I get there, but I'm just going to do what I can to get there.
Well, it gives you the structure and the consistency.
Sure.
And that's one of the things that we wanted to do in the Pointman Planner. Mm-hmm. So it is a quarterly planning journal, but with your mission and with the mission planning poster, it has you look further down the road. Talk about at least a year, if not longer, for your long term. Mm-hmm. And then it's quarterly, and the things that we need to do on a daily and weekly basis to make those happen.
Yeah.
And guys, that's what really leads to success. And it's the small incremental advances consistently applied that lead to success over time. And let me tell you something, the elite performers out there, the people that are super successful, 99% of them didn't have some flash in the pan moment. I mean, there are a few people out there that something crazy happened and they were instantly successful. The majority, it was a little bit of success, failure, a little bit of success, it's a little bit of success, and then consistent wins over time, failure all the way back. I mean,
but those little wins are like rocket fuel.
And they're
so
huge.
Like if you do something, so we can take a physical example or whatever have you, but if you do just a little bit more weight, or you walk a little bit farther, you run a little bit faster, to me, that's very fulfilling. And I'm able to just thrive off of that, So the more I do, the more I achieve by default, but I build on those and I become addicted, me personally, to those little wins.
Well, and the little wins are so important. It's one of the things that I talk about in the Pointman Planner. Every day we do something called the rule of 3 Ps. And these are really small things, guys. Yeah. But every day it is about having those wins and setting a goal for yourself and getting it done. So let's say, the rule of 3 Ps is 1 physical goal, 1 personal goal, 1 professional goal. So maybe your physical goal is I'm going to get out and I'm going to walk for 10 minutes. Well, if you do that, at the end of the day, your day could have been totally terrible. I was going to say something else, but want to make it PG, and totally terrible. But at the end of the day, you're like, you know what? My whole day got off course. But guess what? I got my 10-minute walk in. Yeah. I said I was going to call my mom, and I did that. And
you held a promise to yourself too, right?
Absolutely.
You know,
and that's what makes a difference. You're able to celebrate those wins at the end of the day.
You have more faith in yourself at the result.
And it builds confidence and it builds consistency. Exactly what Christoph was talking about, guys. I mean, over time, that's really what it is. And what is the Pointman Planner? Well, it's merely a system. It is a long-term system for you to find success in your life. So thank you to everyone. I'm looking at some of the comments. Let's see, we've got 7 minutes left for the Apex gift cards. Apex has been a great company. If you were in the Virginia Beach area, we're going to be doing more. Actually, we want to do an event at Apex, maybe even a book signing or something, but we've gone there. It's a lot of fun. We've done axe throwing. Kenny Mitchell's in the house. He's an amazing axe thrower. So we want to give him a big shout out because we had a lot of fun. But guys, it is a great place. If you are around, sign up for this and we'll wrap that contest up. But and it's not too late also for the project contest. So if you have not signed up for the project contest, if you're interested in participating in the project, text project 888-906-1359, obviously to have an opportunity to attend the project. Don't forget that you have to physically qualify and you got to make a $1,000 donation to Shriners Children's Hospital. So Christoph, I want to talk about being a father.
Yeah,
I think this is a really important thing because I think people underestimate the role of a father, and especially in this day and age. Bedros was talking about that. So let's talk about leadership. And at the end of the day, this symbol, being a point man, it's about being a leader for your life. And a father is the leader of a family. And I'm gonna say one last comment and then turn it over to you. There's a little bit of a weirdness going on where there's a growing group of individuals that say, well, they don't need, an individual doesn't need a father in their life. History has proven that otherwise, and the statistics prove that otherwise. A family unit makes a difference, and having a father who sets an example, who teaches, who is a protector, who holds people accountable. Leadership is leadership, whether it's as a father, whether it's as a business owner, whether it's a military member, whatever it is. And I think this is critical, and these are some of the things we're trying to teach. So you are a new father. I mean, how old's your?
She's 2.5, but it feels brand new still.
Yes, and dude, you will run the hurdles. I mean, our kids, my son now is 21. So talk to me about that. How has that opened your mind, and how do you view that as you're moving forward?
So it's great that you say leader, because I thought about coming on here tonight, and I was thinking about, well, what are we going to talk about? I mean, I know what we're going to talk about, but what is the point man to me? And leader kept on coming up. And leader kept on coming up and kept on coming up. And then I thought about you and your family and how we talked about that already. And so as a new father, and Lord knows it's crazy right now with having a 2.5-year-old, but being a leader was instrumental in the success of me being a good father. But if I could peel it back a little bit more, again, as you talked about with yourself, it was being a leader to myself firstly. So we talked about the podcast, and I talked about how I had 300 episodes and 170 some odd guests, and I was like perpetually obsessed with helping other people, but I wasn't obsessed with helping myself. And so part of the reason I stopped the podcast was so that I could fill my cup and pour from a full cup, as opposed to perpetually helping other people. So I was able to stop doing the podcast and start focusing a little bit more on myself. And at that point, I was able to actually stop and think, because I don't think a lot of times that we actually take a few moments to stop and think. So taking a break, actually thinking, taking a deep breath, and not focusing outwardly incessantly, but thinking about who I want to be as a person, who I want to be as a leader. To me, that was the best way that I could probably answer this question is, what is a leader? What is a father? Is, well, you need to figure that out for yourself, just like mission. Well, what is your mission? Where are you headed? So for me, it was taking a deep breath and figuring out what I wanted to do with myself first, so that I could give the time for my family in that sense, because I was so stretched thin through everything I was doing. So understanding what my mission was, it was my work. I had to be a provider. I have to do that. I want to be an entrepreneur, and I'm working so hard on that. And I've had a lot of losses lately, and it sucks, but it's part of it. Everybody wants to do it until they want to do it. It's hard as hell. And so I had to cut things out of my life to be able to do that. And I had to fill up my cup so that I could be a leader for myself, so I could just be the father and the husband that I wanted to be. So I defined my mission. I defined my priorities, but like I said earlier, I executed on that. So not only did I say I want to do these things, it's so great to say I want to be a father, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to do whatever it is, but I did that. And I'm not perfect now, just like the new 100%. I do my version of my 100% every day. You know, not the best father, not the best husband, but I do the best I can. And I think that's all we can do as leaders, is do the best you can and set the example of doing the best that you can. And
that will that will translate to your children. I am very fortunate. My children are awesome and I love them, but they're all great kids.
Yeah.
And that's exactly, guys, if you want to be if you want your kids to grow up to be good, successful people, and granted, there's always an exception to this rule.
Yeah.
Some kids are just tough, man. But it starts with you as a parent and you as a leader, more importantly, how you set that example. Your kids are going to follow and emulate that.
Yeah,
so
you need to define it. So for me, I define like my bedrock decision-making. So when something comes up in my life, I don't have to think about how am I going to react. I know what like essentially my morals are. So these are like I always tell my wife, Jordan, it's not as tough a decision if I've already made the decision. So I might have to pull an audible. At least that audible can fall back onto my bedrock morals, and I pass it through a filter, so I'm able to process that quicker. So I love planning. I'm a huge planner, but I'm always going to be able to plan. So if I've established these bedrock morals that I base my decision-making process off of, it's going to expedite that process for me to be able to execute a decision or pull an audible when I don't have the leisure of being able to follow a plan.
And that comes back to that first Pointman principle, guys, mission, relentless belief in your mission. Those are your values. Those are everything you stand for. It guides us. That is how you are the light in the darkness. Yeah. I'm going to close with one last thing, guys. The other thing it does, it has you daily look at the Pentagon of peak performance. The fourth level of the Pentagon is social leadership. Social leadership is how you invest time in the rings of people around you. It's your coworkers, it's your employees, but more importantly, the innermost ring is your family, guys. And let me tell you something, as a guy who stared death in the face, like literally death showed up on that battlefield and was like, let's go. And I was like, I'm not ready, bro. I got things to do. I got to get home to my family. But that's all I thought about in the end was my family. And guys, it will be the most important thing. Don't be one of these people who you run away with life thinking that, you lie to yourself and tell you that staying at work later or doing these things can over and over and over again are going to lead to success. I watch people chase their tail all the time. Invest in your relationships, have balance in your life as a leader. Make sure you're investing in your family. It makes a difference. That's what that social leadership is. So can we help? Anything else you got going on that,
Yeah, I wanted to talk about something that's take 10 seconds.
I love it. Let's
Fortune
do it.
17.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
10-year anniversary.
We're coming up on the 10-year anniversary. I had some great friends on that helo.
Yeah, it's near and dear to my heart. 10-year anniversary is coming up on August 6th, 2011.
I'm going to hang on one second.
Sir.
Anybody who does not know, maybe you're not a follower of the SEAL community. Extortion 17 was a crash that occurred August 6, 2010. And I'm sorry, 2011. 2011, yep. And where we lost, we lost 22 Naval Special Warfare members. The majority of them were all SEALs. The majority of them were all fathers. Yep. Many of them were friends of mine. We lost all the crew on the helicopter. We lost the dog. And if you follow some of these things out there, there's 31 heroes became a hashtag related to all the people we lost. But it was the greatest loss of life we've ever suffered in Naval Special Warfare. And I had friends on the Operation Red Wings helicopter too. That was my troop. So anyways, I wanted you to know that if you're not familiar with what Christoph was talking about, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. It's great to have the background. So I just wanted to bring that up because there's so many great things that we're doing about that. And I wanted to discuss the 31 Heroes for event that takes place every single year. And so there's one where you walk or ruck 31 miles for a night. So I recommend you check that out. But there's another one that I started for, I could only find my new 100%. I couldn't do 31 miles anymore. So we ended up doing 31 days for 31 heroes. I suggest you look it up on Facebook. But essentially what we do is we ruck a mile a day. We have 2 bricks in our backpacks or our rucksacks and 1 brick for the life lost and 1 brick for the family and the burden that they carry here stateside. And so we just do a mile a day for 31 days in a row. And when we come back, I go live just like we're doing right now. And I read a bio from one of the men and the working dog that lost their lives. And we learn a little bit more about the event, and we share the stories of the families, and we have an opportunity to talk about them. So I would just say, check that out on Facebook. We're going to do that.
We'll post that in the thread after this. After Christoph goes off, he'll put that in the thread so that you guys can see it and check it out. I agree. It's hard to believe that it's been 10 years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
So there's 2 events. There's 31 miles for 31 heroes. That's the 31-mile ruck where you do it over a night. It's virtual, and there's a few locations. So check that out. One of my good friends does that as well. And then I put on the 31 days, which is the mile a day event as well.
Well, brother, I love it, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
No, absolutely.
So do you ever think you'll bring the podcast back, or?
I will. Yeah. I was kind of saying with the leadership and stopping everything to take some time for myself, I'm filling up my cup right now.
And we've got to do that.
Easy.
We know how much
easy.
work it is. I mean, I've had a lot of people say, when are you bringing your podcast back? We're doing a lot, and that's a major investment. You want to do it.
It'll come back. Yeah. I got to figure some things out.
But if you guys, all those podcasts are out there, over 300 episodes of the Christoph Lewis, nationally and internationally ranked. Yeah. He's got some amazing guests. You're truly had the honor of being on there. So go check it out if you're looking for some great content and some motivation.
Yeah, thank you.
The Apex contest just finished. Let me see if anybody emailed me. So
while you're looking that up, I will jump in here real quickly and just say thank you for everybody that has ordered. Orders are rolling in on Amazon.
Baby. Thank you, everyone.
We love everybody that has so many orders. 1, 2, 3 Pointman planners, but OBX ordered 10. Sam ordered 11.
Yes.
Alfonso ordered 5.
Yes.
Matthew ordered 4, and Mel ordered 5.
Awesome.
So guys,
thank you guys.
These large orders, we so appreciate. But thank you for everybody that has ordered so far. So
yes, I thank you guys, and more than anything, I really hope that it helps you. I know it will help you, even if you pull just one thing out of it and apply it into your life. If it's just the rule of three Ps, if it's the overcome risk assessment tool, if it's the Pentagon of Peak Performance, whatever it is, I know it will make you better. And guys, in this life, this is a crazy, crazy world we're living in. Being a little better every day will help make the difference and make life a little easier. So, all right, we're going to take a break. Apex contest just finished. What is the next contest?
Our next
guest is in the house.
So we will be back shortly.
Yeah, well, this is the contest, 9:00. Right now, this contest just went live. Our next guest is amazing social media expert, media personality, Kristen Crowley. I'll bring her on in just a minute, but she is giving away a free Instagram social media audit. And guys, this is a $200 value. And in this world that we live in, I know we are constantly on social media. Mondays are marketing day where we're putting together all our social media. It is so much work to try and put good content out there, and Kristen Crowley is an expert in this. She has been in the media for many years. She is a friend. She is a military spouse. She is a fitness and nutrition expert. She is awesome. So text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359 to win a free Instagram social media audit from branding coach and media expert Kristen Crowley. We're going to take it. Why don't we throw up let's throw up the I want to say the Get Off the X, but the
project. Have you done the project?
I haven't done the project. Let's do the project video. If you're interested in the project, don't forget the project is still live. Text project to 888-906-1359. Check out this video about the project. All of us in life encounter these the end moments, these hard, stress-filled, anxiety-filled moments that unexpectedly hit us, no different from that ambush I encountered in Iraq. The difference is these are life ambushes. And you are not being hit by actual bullets or bombs that occur on the battlefield. You are being hit by the bombs and bullets of life. And the thing is that's common for all of us, when these ambushes occur, we all get stuck on a central point. In special operations lingo, we call it the X. And the X is that central point of attack. It is the point of incident. It's the point of the end moments. And for most of us, we focus on the pain. We focus on the misery. We focus on that stress. We focus on the past and what we've lost, instead of focusing on what really needs to happen, which is what I was taught in my special operations career. When these life ambushes come, we must get off the X as quickly as possible. So how do we do that? As I lay in that hospital bed, digesting all these grim prognoses, the negativity, I realized in that moment I had a choice. I had a choice in how I would deal with this. I could lay there on the X and feel sorry for myself. I could listen to the negativity, or I could figure out how to drive forward. And in that moment, I decided I would not be the victim that some wanted to put me into that box. Instead, I was going to step up. I was going to look at how to go forward. And when my wife came back into the room, I said, "Give me my pen." And I wrote out this sign. Attention to all who enter here. If you're coming in this room with sadness or sorrow, don't bother. The wounds I received, I got in a job that I love, doing it for people that I love, defending the freedom of a country I deeply love. I'll make a full recovery. What is full? That is the absolute utmost physically I have the ability to recover. And then I'm going to push that about 100% further through sheer mental tenacity. This room you're about to enter is a room of fun, optimism, and intense rapid regrowth. If you are not prepared for that, go elsewhere. And we signed it. We signed it, the management. Because we felt like, it needed this level of credibility or something. It is amazing the power of positivity over negativity. It is amazing what in the face of massive adversity, when we choose to drive forward, what it can do for us. Because most people are unwilling to do this. We're so focused on the pain and the misery and on what we lost, we focus on the end. And we get stuck on the X. Failing to realize one of the greatest gifts you have when life ambushes come, that it can become a new beginning. Some of the hardest moments in your life will become some of the greatest opportunities. You will be reborn like a phoenix from the ashes. And as I wrote that sign out and we hung it, I thought to myself, okay, you've set the benchmark. You've said where you're going to go. How do we go? And it comes down to two key principles I had learned in my special operations career. The first one is you have to be willing to overcome. You have to build this relentless overcome mindset. Because you see, life ambushes are coming for all of us. Life is unfair. It doesn't go according to plan. But if you already have it in your mind that no matter what obstacles or adversity I come up against, I'm going to overcome, you're already well on your way. And number two, when we get on the X, we've got to think about how we move quickly off of it. And I had learned the same thing that my teammates and I managed to do that night to come home from Iraq. I learned to get off the X, you have to react. And you see, REACT is an acronym for what we do with massively hard situations, these life ambushes, these the end moments. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? We are back. Thanks for allowing us to take a break. Man, I can't tell you how much work it is. And this beautiful lady right here next to me gets this because if you are in the 757, you recognize this beautiful face.
Hi, everybody.
She was a member of the Channel 3 team. She did traffic for so many years and so many great stories. A Hampton Road show. You've done
Post Live.
Yeah, you've done it all. And I have known Kristen for many years. I actually served several times in my career with her husband. He is retired now and a great, great guy. But she has been out there, media host, TV host, media coach, military spouse, brand builder for women and wellness, and doing her photo shoot branding retreat. So she's awesome. So welcome.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm excited about the book. I got it already. I got the planner. I'm a huge journal person. I don't think you even knew that when you sent that to me.
No.
Okay. I love journals, planners, like Passion planners, all those things, the chick ones. And I like yours because I said today, even in my Instagram story, I was like, if there's any more A-type personalities out there, this is the planner that you should be using. Because and most of us are very, A-type personality. And I loved it. So thank you for sending that to me too.
Well, you are welcome. And I just think, the 4 principles make sense to me. And obviously I came from a military background. You lived in the military periphery as a military spouse, but it makes sense for people. If you can figure out what your values and your mission are, everything else falls into place. When we get off track, or as I call it, when you get off course, you're able to pull out your compass. That mission becomes your light in the darkness. Yeah. And like we were talking about with Christoph, I love this idea of a Pointman because it is a leader, and that's what an individual is. And you had to be a leader within your family. Yeah. You guys have kids, and frequently Mark was gone, and you were the one that was left balancing all these things and being a leader. And there were things that you had to adhere to. So I'd love to hear in the planning where maybe there's some overlap in the principles that we talk about. How'd you deal with, one, making sure you were staying on course with your mission, not getting off course? How did you deal with when you started to see risks? And then, of course, the biggest one, when the ambushes came, how did you deal with getting off the X, as we say, and dealing with those things? So.
Oh, gosh, there's a lot. How long do we have? We could be talking here for hours. When it comes to addressing everyone out there who's like military spouses in general, yes, we get to hold down the fort. We deal with a lot of unknowns every day. And it really parlays into business pretty easily, because I think that business in general is very much in the same mindset as military. And I always say that we kind of go to war with our brands. Like we go to war with them. Like we are there to fight a battle. We're there to win. We're there to do something. And it kind of resonates pretty well across all the courses. We teach, obviously with Reframe is mostly, if you don't know your fundamental moral standing, or what we call your brand ideals, or what you stand for, you will fall and fail at everything else you do. That means hiring people, bringing in help, picking colors. You could fail miserably because you don't know your own brand ideals. So we kind of call it taking your brand to therapy, because your brand, you need therapy to know exactly who you are. And that's kind of the same thing in business. So if you don't know the fundamental foundation of your business, you are set up to fail.
And that is your mission. It is within business. And I speak for a lot of companies now, and frequently it's on leadership, teamwork. It's on the mission and goals. And I meet a lot of companies that I like to walk through. I interview companies to learn about them before I speak. And frequently I'll ask them that. I'll say, what's your mission? And they'll tell me what their mission statement is. But it's only something on paper. They're not living it. And that's kind of what you're talking about with your brand, being grounded in knowing this is who I am as an individual. This is who I am as a brand. And then it starts to go out into everything you do. And it makes a difference adhering to those things.
Yeah. And and for anybody out there who's trying to start those kind of things, it's stressful. You're dealing with a lot of unknown variables and a lot of things that could pop up and completely destroy your path. And I think the biggest thing, which the military taught me. I was not very familiar with the military when I moved here. I mean, I moved here 22 years ago and met my husband 18 years ago and didn't know anything about the military. Came from a farm town in Michigan, didn't know anything about it. Moved here, I was like, what are all these bases? What are these people doing here?
These uniforms.
No idea about any of it. And I ended up, obviously I was like, I'll never marry anyone in the military. Guess what happened? Totally married someone in the military. And I think it was because I was an independent person before him. You have to be independent, when you're doing that too. I mean, your wife knows that we have to run the household. So it taught me a lot really quickly. And when I had met my husband, he had just been shot. So we met. That was our first date. Was really me.
Worst club ever to be a part of.
Me helping do that.
This club sucks.
So if you can get through those kind of things, I think it teaches you, so much in life in general, and you just can't get that anywhere else. So, I mean, I'm very grateful for my military experience, the highs and the lows, because I mean, it really helped me with a work ethic and being able to help other people be like, listen, it could be a lot worse. Like you can make this happen if you put your mind to it, because there is nothing that you can't overcome. And you know that better than anybody.
And perspective makes that difference.
Yeah.
But you really target a unique audience. And for all our ladies that are out there, I think it's really important to understand I don't care if you're a man or a woman, leadership is leadership. The principles are the same, but you focus on women in business and you focus on women being better leaders in those aspects. So what's some of the advice you would give? Maybe there's some overlap in some of the principles we talk about and the things that you guys are teaching, how you can be a better leader in your business, maybe for your family, for your mom. I know you're good at all those things because I watch you do it.
I try.
And you saw what Kristen just did. It's something we all do. No one is perfect, yet we hold ourselves to these perfect standards.
Yeah.
And we look at, even though 80% of the time we're crushing it. And that's my goal in our coaching group. I tell them, I want you to be doing it 80% of the time. But Kristen just did it. She thought of the 5% or even a 1% moment she had within the last month. And she's like, oh, I'm trying. But she's doing it. I know she's doing it because I watch it. So what advice do you have for the ladies out there?
I think it's we're all capable of so much more than we give ourselves credit for. And I think as women in general, you just really need to understand that you are capable of running things. You are worthy of getting things done and achieving success on your own. You don't need someone there to do that with you. And I think a lot of women feel very dominated in certain workspaces, and overcoming that takes a lot as well. I was lucky to have a mom who was a very strong, independent woman. And hello, I've got a friend down.
We got dogs.
We got dogs everywhere. It's a party. So, it's really been for learning for people at home to take away from it is that you are capable of doing it. But the one thing that I've seen the most and what made us go into helping women in the fitness industry and wellness specifically in the beginning was that they were getting ripped off so much because they were out there buying the flashy objects, and they see these, shiny object syndrome is what we call it. And they were wasting all this money and getting ripped off by so many people that were coaches trying to take their money. And it made me sick to my stomach. And we were like, there has to be a better way to do this. Yeah. And my partner is actually in Canada, and she's a big in the fitness industry. So we came together and we're like, there has to be a way to help women. And especially when the pandemic hit, there was no way people could afford to go spend $10,000 on a business coach. It wasn't going to happen then. So we had to fill that void. So, it's really, find where you can actually help someone and make a difference. It's not about you. It's not about your business. It's about who you can help, the results you can help them achieve, and then you will be successful. So you really got to take that narcissistic vanity metrics out of it, because that has absolutely nothing to do with your success at all. I don't think, and even monetary money does not equivalent success.
It doesn't. No, it's a big thing that we've talked about before. I know a lot of really wealthy people who are, they need to work on some other areas of their life. But there was something you said there, and then I lost it. I got off track. There is. What was I saying?
Win business.
Yeah.
Fitness. We got it all.
It is. It is.
You've been going a while.
We have been going a while, and we've been going all week to get ready for this. So, all right, hang on. I'm going to come back to a point then. What I do want to say is, obviously, Kristen is offering up a free social media audit for Instagram. Guys, social media is such a beast. If any of you are out there, the amount of if you participate in this space where you are trying to be what we call an influencer, meaning you do something where you're trying to influence a decision, and it doesn't, and that's kind of a weird way of saying it, but basically I'm out there trying to teach people how to be better leaders of themselves and to be more resilient. But you are in a space that is being constantly bombarded with so much information. Billions and billions of people are on social media, and there's zero barriers to entry. Anyone can put up a video. Anyone can do something. So when you are someone that's trying to build a brand and make a difference and be a leader in your space, it is a lot of work. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that. Yeah, that's a good one. You said it, and that's the hard part. It's noisy. Like social media is noisy. We all want to stand out. We all want to get attention, but there's a right and a wrong way to do it. And people look at influencer as a bad term. Like they think an influencer is just a chick sitting there taking a selfie, and that is so not the case. An influencer is someone who has an impact on something, whether it be good or bad. And we all have a choice. You have a choice to be good or bad at it. So you could be a positive influence, or you could be a crappy influence and be an a-hole on, social media. And there's a lot of them like that.
There are people that take that route.
And I could tell you guys this, and 3 weeks ago, I removed almost 2,000 people from one of my pages. Just deleted followers. I was like, I don't need you here. You're not supporting me. And you know what? My engagement rates went up like 20% overall for reach. So it's really, fine tuning what you're there for. And it's really hard to dog down. It's really hard to lose sight of that, because we get so wrapped up in vanity metrics, and it's all who's going to like me now, who's going to do this for me,
I can't lose a follower, so much matters how many followers.
Even an email list, subscribers, like people freak out when they lose subscribers. It's not a big deal, because if they weren't going to support you and pay your bills, why do you want them there? I mean, if they're not there for you in a positive way. So that's been hard for us, is changing mindset for women, thinking that they have to post just the bikini photos in fitness, and they're, the photos I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
I know you probably liked a few of those photos.
I won't lie, but it's, I won't lie. Yeah, I do, but at the same time, I also feel like, there are guys that do it too. I know guys that are out there that.
Men are just as guilty of it. I mean, you try and look sexy in your pictures.
I do in my bikini pictures. I try to look good in them.
He's working it out. He's fine. No, and it's really hard to break that cycle, because all we want in life is to be accepted and seen. And social media is a way to do that, and it's really hard to break that. But our women try really hard to represent their brands and build their foundations. A solid foundation, reframe their thoughts, get into, that mindset of just being like, you know what? Someone does need me. I'm here for a purpose, and they want me to help them. And then once you get over that part of yourself and really just like take action, I mean, most people sit there and come up with a plan for years. They never do it, and then they complain about it every day. And it's sad to me to see that happen, because they have a gift that someone needs, and you're denying someone of your gift by not sharing it.
Absolutely.
So I really get frustrated with that, and it took me a long time.
So many of you out there in that boat right now. You have a plan, you have a dream, you have a hope. And I mean, so many people that you don't know, you either are afraid to take action, you have all these excuses why not to do it. It all comes down to, if you have an idea or a plan, it comes down to how do you execute it. And that's building some structure, consistency, all the things we've talked about tonight come into that. And that's what Kristen's done. And Charles had a question. Do you also look at Facebook?
Yeah, I do. Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, the social media audit. I'll help anybody. Jay knows this. I'm very tough love, and I'm an open book. So I was in the media business I've been in television for 17 years, and I was at a local channel here as an anchor for 12. And, it burned me out. And that's mainly why I kind of pulled back, because I wanted to be with my family more. In the beginning, it was okay. We had the kids were young. It wasn't a big deal. But now, we're really definitely focusing on doing some of the things for ourselves and our family, and it allows me to help others.
And guys, this is an important thing because that comes back. Kristen talked about purpose within business and purpose within your life. That really is mission. That's what the Pointman Planner is about.
Yeah.
And it came down to values, and this is why I teach in the Pointman Planner. You really have to dig deep into defining what your values are to build your mission statement.
Yeah.
Family. I guarantee it's one of my top 5 values is family.
It's one of mine too.
And having having that makes a difference. Hey, we've got only 2 minutes left on Kristen's free Instagram social media audit, or can they pick another platform?
Yeah,
or is it just,
whatever. You guys, you just hit me up. Whoever wins this, I will have a conversation with you about whether it's your business, your brand, your personal social media. I'm game for all of it.
Okay, so we appreciate. Yeah, definitely. So
I like
you only got a
curveballs,
couple
so
minutes.
I'd make a killing on Tinder. If I could audit Tinder profiles, oh man, that would be fun.
You know what? That's a show waiting to happen.
Man.
We could sit here and just make fun of Tinder profiles.
Left or right? We're going to call the show Left or Right. That's what we're going to call it.
I don't know.
We've already got a show.
We have a business opportunity
I think we do.
right here.
Yeah.
So.
That fish is that fish measured in social media inches or real life inches? There's a big difference.
There's a lot measured in social media inches. There's no doubt about it. So
that's okay.
There's a lot of warriors on social media too, who
I've dealt with quite a few over the years, and I mean, being in. It is hard being in the media and being a military wife because those worlds kind of collide sometimes. Definitely was an interesting case study to see how people react, but it taught me a lot, and I love helping other people navigate it now, at least the right way.
I want to talk about one last thing before we go, because it's really important. It dawned on me. There's a lot of hate out there on social media, a lot of hate.
Yeah.
And you having been in the media spotlight, got to see it on a whole nother level before you ventured and you kind of grew up in the evolution of the
social media. And news. Yeah.
And I get it too, guys. I get hate all the time. And I know people are like, oh my God, how do you get hate? Well, there are just people that are jerks out there. So how do you deal with that? Because I meet a lot of people who allow that to bother them.
It does. And there's no way. We're human. I mean, it's going to bother you. You want to be liked. Like, that's the point. You don't want people to be like a-holes to you. You want to be liked. And I think that's the hardest part. You do get tougher skin, as you go through it, you get tougher and tougher. I mean, that's just what we do. But in the beginning, it was really hard. And I think women are under more scrutiny, obviously, than men in television and any public eye, because, a woman gains 5 pounds. They're automatically, are you pregnant? What's wrong with you? You're like, I just had a great weekend. I had like 15 margaritas.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. Like, why are you judging me?
Those pretzels were so good.
Stop judging me. Let me have my damn margaritas. But I got comments ranging anywhere from like, you look like a cheap hooker to, I just horrible comments.
I thought I was the only one that got those comments.
But when you put your fishnets on, it is a different story. But a lot of races,
those are the special pictures.
That's I would say your Tinder profile, but that's your OnlyFans. We're going on a totally different tangent. Man. Totally different tangent. I do want to start an OnlyFans and just have it be OnlyFans, oscillating fans, and just have people waste their money. Just so everybody knows, I really want to do that at some point. We should do that too as another show. I totally lost track of what I was saying about it because I'm now on that kick.
I totally
but a lot of, when you deal with social media, my favorite tips to give people are really either kill people with kindness, which is the thing, because they're obviously hurting for a reason and they're taking it out on you because something happened to them. It never has anything to do with you. I can guarantee you 99.9% of the time it has nothing to do with you.
Yep.
The other is, block and delete. Like, that's the easiest thing in the world is to block and delete people and not respond and waste your energy. And the other is, if someone, you have a public account like I do, or, Jay does, that's more of a business type account, you can respond and not be yourself. You could be your, social media team. Hey, this is a social media team. Did you have a question that was actually pertinent to the business you're speaking to? Or are you just here to kind of harass this person? So, and they usually don't respond to that because then they know there's other people seeing what they say.
Yeah.
And people, keyboard warriors. They're tough until you see them in person. And I have invited people to meet me at the station. I was like, if you really want to meet me outside, like let's meet outside.
Let's get it on.
First, face to face. If you can't say it to my face, don't say it.
And my husband will be on top of the building with a sniper rifle. So bonus. Hey, and it brings us back full circle to a point, and this is something I talk about in the Pointman Planner, guys. We are inundated with negativity. We are inundated with noise. We're inundated with distractions all the time.
Yeah.
And Kristen talked about there's so many people that kind of struggle to figure out their path through all this. In the Pointman Planner, and you closed with a great statement. It was kill them with kindness. Be the light in the darkness, guys. That is what this is about. And there are so many ways to do that. You can do it by obviously just being a genuinely good person, having good values, understanding your mission. And you also can be the light in the darkness by self-leadership, by setting the example as a business owner, as a parent, as a friend, as any of the things that we talk about in here. That's how you become the light in the darkness. You know those people. They're the people that you're like, I love that person, or I want to follow that person, or I want to be around that person just because they're a good person and they get things done.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, everybody has that fun friend that you hang out with for a while. But at the end of the day, there may be a point where you're just like, I really enjoy hanging out with them, but where are they going in this life?
Yeah.
And then you hang out with people like Kristen, who are setting the example in many of the areas that she's, with her business, as a mom, as a spouse, all these things. And that becomes the light in the darkness. And that's what we all want to accomplish in this life.
Yeah. And this is a good point that Tango brought up, was say something negative. And if you get 100 positive comments and one negative comment, that's the one that always stands out to you. And it's sad, but our brains are wired to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
So we always see the dangers, right? And we focus on the bad thing because we don't want to get hurt anymore. If we learn that that is not going to hurt us and it has nothing to do with us, it really helps us, especially cognitively, reset and say, I can handle this. Like, this doesn't mean anything because it's not personal. So we got to stop taking things so personally. And I love seeing the comments coming in from you guys, planners, and just journaling in general for a mental state. And especially for people who are very high functioning, we're very, again, A-type personalities. You never shut off. You're always in fight or flight mode.
Yep.
If you sit down, and I guarantee you, if you sit down every day and you start writing, like you've learned with the planners, if you write every day your goals and you say, this is what I'm going to do today, this is what, when you put pen to paper, something different happens in your brain, and it really, really helps. So I'm a huge proponent of this.
And don't forget, if you buy tonight on Amazon,
you want me to do the whole Vanna side? Yeah. Okay, hold on.
If you buy tonight on Amazon, you get the VIP package, which comes with the Pointman mission planning poster. And this is what it's about. I mean, if you put this on your mirror and you're constantly looking at, this is my mission, these are my goals, they're in front of you, they remind you. And then it also comes with the signed copy of the sign on the door. So guys, Kristen, it's been amazing to have you on as always.
It's my Price is Right moment there. So.
Where can people go if they want to learn more about you? And by the way, Sam M, I'm just going to say Sam N1, but he said, I'm going to donate this to an incredible woman. So Sam, let me know. We'll coordinate and we'll get that. We'll get them connected with Kristen. Kristen, where can anybody else find you?
Yeah. If anybody needs to chat, has questions on social media, PR, marketing, any of that, I'm an open book. So you can find me online at Kristen Crowley TV. And if you are going to, find me online on our website's just reframeyourbiz.com. And it's very simple to find me. If you search Kristen Crowley TV, I'm going to pop up on all those. So it's very, very easy.
Yeah. All right. Love it, Kristen.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is amazing. Look at this. This is pretty incredible.
This was we big learning curve and figuring all this out. It was great. It was great. So we love it. Is our next guest up yet?
Yes.
He is. Okay. Why don't we take we'll take a quick break. Why don't we haven't done the Pointman Planner video. We're going to play the Pointman Planner video. Maybe you just joined us. If you have not joined or if you haven't seen it yet, then please check it out. Learn more about the Pointman Planner. If you have seen it, go get a tasty beverage. Go buy another Pointman Planner or tell your friends about it. Tell them to join us. Now, coming up, we actually have quite a few seals that are coming up. Coming up next is going to be my man, Brent Gleason, wrote the book, Embrace the Suck. He also wrote Taking Point, and he is out there doing some amazing things. Brent is a great guy. So we're going to tell some SEAL stories, talk about Point Man stories, how you can incorporate those into your life. Follow Kristen Crowley. Guys, she knows more about branding and media than probably anybody I know. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah. All right. So let's play the Point Man Planner video, and we will bring Mr. Brent Gleason on. I just released my third book, The Point Man Planner. I'm retired Navy SEAL Jason Redman. I'm the author of the famous bright orange sign of resiliency and tenacity I posted on my hospital door. Now, I've transitioned to the civilian world as a New York Times and Amazon best-selling author, $1 million speaker, and peak performance coach. I've had some great successes in my life, but I've also had some major setbacks and failures. In every one, I remember that pivotal moment after the initial carnage and the dust settled. I remember in my leadership failures, I thought to myself, where do I go from here? I remember being shot in the face with a machine gun and laying in a hospital bed, thinking to myself, where do I go from here? I remember a business crisis that threatened to shut down my company, and I remember thinking, geez, where do I go from here? I made it through all those ambushes by grinding, but it was never easy, and I remember thinking to myself, man, if only I had someone to help or a team of individuals. As I transitioned from the SEAL teams to the business world, I bought or downloaded every book, app, and journal I could find to help me be more productive and balanced in life. But every time I felt there were missing key items that I had in the SEAL teams, and often I would think back to the individuals I worked with and the structure and balance they had. You see, in the SEAL teams, we had individuals called Pointmen. They were experts in navigation, leadership, decision-making, fighting, and situational awareness. I remember often thinking after I retired, in those moments of doubt and struggle, thinking, where do I go from here? I would think if only I had a point man to help me through these rough situations. Well, I couldn't hire my own point man, but I did the next best thing. I developed a system to live my life by based off 4 key principles that I realized every great SEAL point man follows. These principles are captured in my new Point Man for Life courses and now in my new Point Man Planner. The baseline of everything we did in the SEAL teams was built on mission. And I realized the baseline for everything we do as humans also is built on mission. You don't have to be a SEAL or a military veteran to apply these principles. What I found is they work for anyone out there. The bottom line, if you have never defined your mission, you're always going to be off course. So if you're ready to define your mission, if you're ready to truly set your destination and course, if you're ready to have a system to both plan for, identify, and overcome any crisis you come up against, or if you're looking for goal setting, productivity, balance, and how to be the best version of yourself, physically, professionally, and personally, then the Point Man Planner is for you. Now available for sale on Amazon. Click on the link below and get off the X today. All right, guys, welcome back. And our next guest is my man and a teammate and a friend. And he is also a prolific author. Let's bring up that bio. I want to make sure I don't miss anything about this guy. But, guys, I'm really excited to have on my good friend Brent Gleason, former Navy SEAL, award-winning entrepreneur. He is a best-selling author, and he is the founder of Taking Point Leadership. He is out there making a difference in people's lives, talking about leadership and resiliency. A lot of people have gotten this book, obviously, with the foreword written by the beast himself, Mr. David Goggins. And right now, the contest is going live. If you want a signed copy of Embrace the Suck, text same numbers that we've had before. Go ahead and bring that up. Text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359, and you will win a signed copy of Embrace the Suck, along with all 3 of my books. You will get a Point Man Planner, you will get a Overcome, and you will get a Trident. So, all right, bring him on. My man, my friend, fellow Navy SEAL, devastatingly handsome, Mr. Brent Gleason. What's up, stud?
What is up, brother? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Oh, man. Where are you? Look at that studio.
Dude, you love this? We built this right in our office. Oh wait, don't show them the behind the scenes. Come on, this is. Yeah, man. We've worked all week to bring this together. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that's out there that's been watching and supporting. But yeah, man, and my son, he's very smart in streaming and all of this stuff. So he's helping to make this happen behind the scenes.
Awesome. As you know, it's a Friday night, so if dogs and babies and children filter through here at some point, that might happen. So
we have that too here. Well, not babies. We don't have any babies, but we definitely got the dogs and the craziness. So
we hit the reset button like we did with COVID.
I love it, man. Well, dude, you are my first SEAL guest, so this is a lot of fun because I think you and I, we really, the Pointman Planner applies to everyone out there. I made it to be very relatable to anyone, but the reality is I know there are things in there that really, just light bulbs go off in our heads because obviously I was a SEAL and you were a SEAL, and every time I watch another SEAL talk, I'm always fascinated at how not only I relate to them because we came from the same community and I love hearing the stories, but how they will take a story or a concept that maybe I didn't look at that way, but they'll use it for an example to illustrate something. And I know you do that and I do that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Pointman Planner, how it relates to you, and maybe even some great Pointman stories. We won't name names or maybe just first names, but we've all got those Pointman stories.
Yeah, brother. I mean, this love your books, but this book in and of itself is fascinating because for me, I'm a geek around planning, to-do lists, everything else. I've already put a million notes in here and it's actionable. What we don't get out there a lot of the time is actionable content that can put people's life in motion. And that's what I love about this book. And obviously with your background, so motivational. And thank you so much for allowing me to tell your story in my new book. But yeah, let's tell some Pointman stories because let's start there.
Yeah, what do you got, man? What's amazing. So one of the things I want to talk about, and I'll have to send you one of our new shirts. Pointman equals leader. We literally just got these at 5 p.m. today. And if you're in the 757, tomorrow we've got a book signing at Young Vets Brewing Company at the Tap Room. And then on Sunday, we're going to be at Pale Horse, and we will be selling these Pale Horse coffee, and we will be selling these shirts there. And the next week, we'll get them online. But Pointman is synonymous with leader. And every SEAL that I've talked to and I've said, hey, man, I wrote this Pointman Planner, immediately they rattle off this guy, what an amazing Pointman. And it is incredible how that sticks in your head that we look back. I mean, I can name off, the first point, the most amazing Pointman, and probably the best SEAL I ever worked with. I'll just say his first name was Dustin, and the guy was incredible. And then my Pointman in Iraq, incredible. And they follow these principles, but every SEAL I know goes, oh yeah, I know that guy. But then we also have other stories where we're like, that was miserable. That guy took us through every creek, through every thorn patch, where you had a Pointman that was like my size, who was 5'8", 170 pounds. And he would go through the smallest bushes where the 60 gunners and the communicators were like, I hate you. So that's what we want to hear.
All right. So what I love about the philosophy of Pointman, being a point, is that it's really built around decentralized leadership. Because obviously the point person in a patrol is not the most senior person on that patrol. There's a senior leader and other we'll call middle management, but they are designated as someone who is a subject matter expert in their given trade. And we'll start with one story where we were in platoon training, SEAL Team 5, and we were rotating different, Pointman positions, and it was my turn to take point. We were not on NVGs or knots or anything like that. And I took our entire platoon as a new guy through a very thick cactus field. And it was not a good outcome for me that night at the end. But when I really learned, and we all learned, what that position really means was when our troop, we called it a task unit back then, deployed to Iraq for the first time back in 2003. And I believe it was our first real close quarters gunfight. And we were in a house, and we had already been contacted during the breach. We had entered, and we were, going up the stairwell, and we had been contacted going up the stairwell as well. And, during training, it was, hall boss this and hall boss that, but in a real combat scenario, that's why we have decentralized leadership, and people are making real decisions in real time for the betterment of the mission and their teammates.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, please.
Let's talk about decentralized leadership. There's a lot of people out there that don't understand that, and it's something that you and I and Jocko and a lot of people talk about. What exactly is decentralized leadership?
So in any organization or team, there's going to be centralized leadership, which will be the overarching strategy and how the organization is going to accomplish specific initiatives. But as you get closer to the battlefield or to the front line in sales or whatever organization you're a part of, you have to decentralize leadership so that there's autonomous decision-making so that the team can accomplish things at a faster pace. So you want to push leadership and decision-making down to the front lines as much as humanly possible. And of course, it's easier said than done. You have to obviously give those people the right training, the right resources, and the right ability to make those decisions so they make the best possible decisions for the team. But that's what we're talking about in this scenario. So,
okay, I love it, man. Yeah, and it does come down to being that leader, and there's two different aspects of this. I mean, when we talk about decentralized leadership, it is as a leader trusting your people, and that gets into, I know for me, that's part of my learn to lead philosophy. I know it's many of the things that you teach, but the bigger thing comes down to what we're talking about here in the Pointman Planner and being a leader yourself. It's planning and forecasting out and then executing on those decisions. And any good point man, when I talk about the 4 point man principles, if you look at that, what made a phenomenal point man? Well, number one was that relentless belief in the mission. So every night that we went out, and you have to understand that mission has layers. If you look at the SEAL teams, the layers of being a SEAL, well, the top layer was you're an American citizen and you represent America. And then from there, it went down to you're a member of the U.S. Navy. And then it went down to you are a member of the SEAL teams. And then it went down to you're part of this troop. And then it went down to the individual mission, and from there down. And that point man had to have relentless belief in all of those things to be truly successful. If you didn't believe in the mission, you're not going to execute at a high level. I mean, when the poop hits the fan, you're going to have people that are they're wavering in their abilities, and you cannot have that in a point man. They're the individual out front. Number two was destination and course, and they were amazing at their ability to navigate. They wouldn't be in that position if they didn't have the ability to navigate well, and not only to navigate well, but to look at the most efficient course. How do we get there? There are people who they'll pick a course and, they're going over every rock, over every mountain. And by the time you get to where you're going, people are exhausted. Well, the journey to get there is only the first part. Then there's the execution, and then there's to go home. So you can have guys who are really smart and they study this. Number three is that risk assessment. They look at everything that's out there. They look at where's the enemy? Where are we going? Are we going close to populated areas? Where have ambushes happened before? Where have IEDs happened before? They look at all these things and they make their decision based on that. And then the last thing, how do they have an overcome mindset to get off the X as quickly as possible? Because ambushes are coming. You can do everything in your power to avoid an ambush, but they are coming. And good point men are thinking about, if an ambush was to hit us right now, where would I go?
Right.
people have to do that in your own life. So it all comes back to how do you lead yourself that way?
Amen. Amen. That's what I love about this book. When I've been looking down, I've been looking at this because there's so many actionable things in this masterful piece that you've created. And one is, it starts with going back to the mission, and creating a destination that, like you say, is realistic, it's achievable, it's measurable, it's adaptable, and then breaking it down from there to physical, personal, and professional goals. A lot of us, you and I both, are probably guilty of this, in our lives, of not doing that. But when you bring it back to creating those, even going back to your family core values, your personal core values, your personal fitness goals and professional goals, we don't sit down and write it down. Just like she said before, pen to paper. And it's there's research that shows cognitively that has a greater impact on our ability to remember things. And putting pen to paper, you can put it in a Google Doc, you can put it in your phone, whatever. But something like this has an additional value, an immense value to a person's ability to remember things and make it actionable. That's what I love about the rest of the book here, which I'm about to start filling in, is I'm a geek on to-do lists and planning, and more people should be, because it's life-changing. And that's what I love about this. I love everything you've done, but this thing is next level.
Well, I'm ADD. I'm ADD as all get out, man. And I built this thing. Yeah. Shiny squirrel. And most seals are. Yeah, no kidding.
Shiny.
I need to be constantly reminded of where I'm going and what I'm doing. Yeah. And I think even more so in this day and age. I mean, we're every beep, ding, tweet, chirp, TV, people. I mean, we're just inundated with noise. And I think it's so easy to get off course. And this is why I think it's so important to understand your mission and where you're going and how to do these things. Where's some overlap that you see? You and I mean, we both see things in the same light. We just approach them in different ways. Where's some overlap? And guys, I will say this: if you have not gone out and bought the Pointman Planner yet, please go buy one. Go to pointmanplannerlaunch.com. You have our landing page. Click on the link. It's going to take you to Amazon. Buy through Amazon. We're selling through Amazon, but we're doing all our fulfillment. You will get the deluxe package, which is pretty amazing. It comes with a signed copy of the Pointman Planner. It comes with the Pointman Planner mission planning poster, and it comes with the signed copy on the sign on the door that I had on my hospital door.
Wait! I didn't get that. Did I get that?
You did not get the sign on the door. This is only for our peeps that order tonight.
Okay, I'll call you after this. I'll call you after
the VIP package with the mission planning poster.
I still can't read that poster without getting emotional. Anyways. But yeah, your question was where we align on certain things. I think it really ultimately comes down to resilience and how we apply resilience and mental fortitude to our professional lives, our personal lives, how we interact with our spouse, our significant partner, our children, and leading our families. You talk about, I love how you talk about leadership and you break it down into the simplest form. And it's, essentially it's lead always. And we all have the capacity to lead in not just every day, but every moment of our life, whether it's in our relationship, how we parent, how we interact with our spouse, how we lead our teams and work, whatever that capacity is. And I think that's why, you're such an influential leader, is the fact that you break it down into a format that people can really connect with. And you've done it in the most insane possible, adversity that, most people could never say they've even been close to. And that's why people connect with it.
Yeah, but everybody's going to go through those moments. And I have a lot of people, and Brent, you and I know this, that I'll meet people and they'll be going through some sort of major crisis in their life. And they'll start to tell me about it, and then they'll say, oh, you know what, it's nothing. I don't want to talk about it compared to you. You got all shot up. But you know what? Here's the reality. As human beings, we all live in our own personal hell. And you need to understand that. Me being shot does not diminish any crisis you will ever go through or you're currently going through. But I tell you what will make the difference. And Brent, I appreciate you talking about how relatable it is, because at the end of the day, your ability to deal with adversity and be resilient, it comes down to several different things. One, it comes down to exactly what Brent talks about in his book, Embracing the Suck. It's about getting outside of your comfort zone. And you're never going to be able to just suddenly turn on a switch and have an overcome mindset. It will never happen. It has to happen over time. You have to do things that are hard, and that's what will forge it. The other thing, it's about planning. It's about planning and forecasting and understand that hard times are going to come. The Pointman Planner is about that. It teaches you to do that. It teaches you to, on a regular basis, evaluate that there's going to be hard times that come along and how to be a leader, how to prepare yourself, how to be balanced, and when these moments come, how to drive out of them. Yeah. Guys, we got how long? We got 2 minutes left in our contest. If you have not signed up for the signed copy of Brent Gleason's Embrace the Suck and Jason Redman book bundle, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359, and you can get in on the tail end and hopefully win this contest. And Brent will send that copy and we will get these out to you. Brent, where can people go to find you and learn more about you? I know you're out there speaking. You're a phenomenal speaker. You're doing business consulting with your Taking Point Leadership company. Where can they find you?
Sure. Yeah. The company website is takingpointleadership.com. We have a Forbes column on Forbes Leadership. So it's if you just search Brent Gleason Forbes, you'll find probably hundreds of articles on leadership, culture, employee engagement, building high performance teams, and I'm on Instagram, and that's probably about it, buddy.
All right, I love it, man. Well, guys, I am fortunate to call Brent a friend and obviously a former teammate, and we're out there trying to do the same thing. It's to help people be the best version of themselves right now, and you heard it directly from Brent Gleason. He said, this is a phenomenal book that can help you next level. Brent, I appreciate that. To have your peers say something is really good is a huge compliment. So, dude, I appreciate that.
I'm already using it. I'm already like geeking out over it. Like,
yes.
It's like, are you still writing in there?
That's what it's about, guys. It's designed to be relatable. It's designed to be applicable, and to help you become the best version of yourself, to help you be the light in your darkness, in the darkness for you. But also, that's leadership. This is the 3 rules of leadership. You become the light in the darkness for yourself first, leading yourself, but it automatically becomes the light in the darkness for others. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes to lead always. You're always that light that people look to. So if you haven't bought a Pointman Planner yet, maybe you're just coming on, please go to pointmanplannerlaunch.com. It's going to take you to Amazon. Buy a book on Amazon. I really appreciate it. Brent, thank you, brother. Let me see if the winner, I tell the winner to email me, but sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So not seeing that yet, but hey, the winner is going to have been notified. You will be notified by text that you won. And congrats. Are there any questions that we missed? Any major questions for Brent?
That's great.
Lux, this will be uploaded. It will stay on YouTube. You will be able to see it. I think it will stay on Facebook also. It may stay on LinkedIn. I don't know about Twitter. So, but it will push to the different platforms, and you will be able to go back and watch again for sure. Charles said, guys, we hear nearly every day about those who have served, returned home, and then have taken their own lives. How do we help these men and women? That's a big question. I'll tell you, I work with 2 groups. I don't know if Brent does. Right now, mental health and traumatic brain injuries are the significant, are the signature injuries of this war. And And we are seeing more and more friends that are taking their lives that after the fact, they're being diagnosed with CTE, and it's from blast injuries, whether it's just from a long career of being exposed to breaches or things like that, or it's blast injuries on the battlefield. So I work with two groups. One is getheadstrong.org, and they provide mental health services to combat veterans within roughly 72 hours if you reach out and say, hey, I need help right now. So go to getheadstrong.org. I also work with the Gary Sinise Foundation, and I work with the Concussion Legacy Foundation that's doing research on traumatic brain injuries. All three of those are phenomenal. Brent, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yes, I'm on the executive board of the SEAL Family Foundation. So SEALFamilyFoundation.org, and we obviously support the families of our active and fallen operators within the NSW community. Jason, like you said, a huge emphasis these days on not just PTSD, but TBIs. And so really trying to enact a movement within not just building family resilience, but treating our active operators. So.
Yep. Phenomenal. You guys have done great things. I know I've done some work with you. So any of those organizations are great, guys, and we appreciate any of the support. The biggest thing, I have a lot of people say, how can I help veterans? Well, at the end of the day, the VA is overtaxed. There's a lot of VA personnel that are doing great things, but there's a lot of veterans that are struggling. Making a donation to some of these great organizations will make a difference. If you look at them, check the financials, look at their 990s. I know SEAL Family Foundation, Gary Sinise Foundation, the groups that I support, the money is going to the mission, and that's what it's about. So, all right, we got to wrap things up. We're moving to our next guest. We got Darren McBurnett, the author of this absolutely amazing book. This is probably the best.
Right behind me. I have it right behind me.
Amazing. And hey, I don't know if you know, but Hell Week just secured today.
I know.
So. But and a big shout out.
The weather was too good this week.
Oh, that's BS. That's BS.
Usually it rains during Hell Week, but I don't know.
The weather gods, I don't know. Maybe they're giving them a break. But all right, guys, we're gonna move to our next guest. Brent, love you, brother. Thank you. And let me know if you need anything, guys. Follow Brent, and we're gonna take a. Oh, look at that beautiful baby.
Say bye, baby.
Bye bye. What's up, buddy? Oh, I love it. All right, guys, we're gonna what do we want to show? How about, you know what, show the first video right there. Yeah, show that one right there. This is about this is a great video. We're going to show this, and then we're going to bring on Darren McBurnett. We're going to talk about Uncommon Grit. That's going to be our next giveaway. This is a great giveaway, guys. And then we're going to talk some more about the Pointman Planner. We'll be right back. Every day you wake up is a gift. Because as a leader, it's absolutely critical that we have to motivate not only ourselves, number one, we have to motivate and inspire others to move forward. I'll tell you what, success does not happen by quitting. This is how you squeak out the margins of performance that make the difference between you and someone else getting ahead and winning. 95% of people, when they say this phrase, I've had a bad day, or what a bad day, it is merely a disruption in how they thought their day was going to unfold. Now I got a second chance at life. Most people, you only get one shot. You get one shot to go through this life and make the most of it. And most people take it for granted. The question you need to ask yourself as a leader is this: do people follow you because they want to, or because they have to? And for most of us, if we look at it with perspective, it can make us better. It can motivate and inspire others to greatness. Hope is an ember.
It is a number that you can put gasoline on and blow it into a raging inferno. That is hope. Hope enables the overcome mindset. And you can lead from any situation, whether it's a hospital bed, whether it's in this room, whether it's out there on the streets or on the battlefield. Because it's your attitude that will determine the outcome. Any wall or door or obstacle that you find in your path, you will get through it. You will either go over it, under it, around it, or you will destructively go through it. But no matter what, you will get to the other side. This is the essence of the overcome mindset. You know, everybody's heard that phrase, well, you got to carry your weight. Well, in BUDS, Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training, there's no truer statement than that right there when it leads to teamwork. We can never go back and change the past. All we can do is shape our futures. People who survive, people who squeak out those margins of performance to be better, they're the ones that get off the X the fastest. They're the ones that recognize in order to survive, in order to be better, in order to drive forward and shape your future, you have to get off the X as quickly as possible. People out there who will get to the end of their lives and say, I wanted to do that, but I was too afraid and never went after it. And you will go off into the great unknown wondering, what if I had? The only thing stopping you from accomplishing greatness in your life is you.
Jason Redman wanted to send you this video, man, and give you a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for coming out to the Fit Body Bootcamp headquarters, our franchise headquarters, and meeting with our team and delivering such an impactful talk, man. Your personal experience, the way you deliver, the way you come from the heart is amazing. And I know this because I've had the good fortune of being on stage with Tony Robbins and some of the most prolific speakers on mindset, leadership, personal development, and business. And you deliver the thunder. What's more amazing is that you show up with so much love and so much thunder. Listen, thank you so much for what you do. Appreciate it. And I know that we're going to see the results in our team members in efficiency, in productivity, in mindset, and most of all, they're getting off the X and getting the job done. Appreciate you, man. Take care.
All right, what's up, everybody? We are back. I hope that fired you up. About 4 minutes of motivation. We've got our next guest coming up. I thought it was Darren McBurnett, but it looks like it's going to be my man, retired SEAL Master Chief Will Branham, and it's an honor to have Will on. He is the founder of the Naked Warrior Recovery. I don't know if you guys can see this, but Naked Warrior Recovery CBD, and he has made some amazing products, teaching people how to be the best versions of themselves through his products and also his SEAL mindset. So that is going to be one of our contests. It's actually our 10:30 contest. So, yeah, this is throwing me off with the reversal. So hang on, but we're going to have Will on anyways. I'm going to bring Will up. Will, come on, man. And so, Will, it's good to see you, brother. Dude,
hey,
yeah.
I'm on. I didn't even know I was coming on right now. I still have 20 minutes. I just showed up to make sure my stuff works. I was lucky to have a shirt on right now.
Sure, my boy Darren. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on. So hey, man, we adapt and we overcome. It's what we do.
Exactly.
But I do want to announce the contest, guys, because we have these contests programmed into our system, so I can't change it. So right now, and Will, your contest goes live at 10:30. But right now, the next contest
I'll stay on here till 10:30. I'm down.
Hey,
I have that same book, by the way.
Man,
it is badass.
But right now, the contest is a signed copy of Uncommon Grit. And guys, I don't know if you've ever seen this book. Darren is an amazing photographer. It is probably the most groundbreaking and amazing picture of guys going through SEAL training I've ever seen. I've flipped through this book so many times, and I'm just dumbfounded. And Will, I know you feel the same way, man. When you look at these pictures, the memories it brings back.
100%.
There's a picture in here of a guy standing, the class is standing in the decon, and there's a guy kind of standing on the outside, if I remember correctly. And dude, I've been there. I remember that. But text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. You will get a signed copy of Uncommon Grit. And the other thing that Darren donated, guys, is one slot to the Bone Frog Open Golf Fundraiser. This is happening near Richmond, Virginia in October. Oh, contest closes at 10:30. That's a typo. So we can fix that. But it's this Bone Frog Open is an amazing event. You have fellow SEALs that are going to be there. I'm going to be there. Ray Cascare, there are other SEALs. Who knows? Will may be there. I don't know yet. But it's a great event, and they're usually Darren McBurnett, aka McTeams, knows quite a few famous people. So you never know what famous person's going to show up at this golf tournament, and it supports the Uncommon Grit Foundation. So if you're interested in a copy of Uncommon Grit and you want to come golf with us, text Get Off the X to 888. Did we fix that? Yes, thank you. Text Get Off the X 888-906-1359. So,
Jay, I learned what it was like to be around famous people when I traveled with you last year. And like everyone, hey, you're Jay Redmond, right? And I'm like, everyone was like, and I'm like, this is what it's like to be famous. It's like you've already reached that status. So it was fun to watch.
That, man, because I traveled with Gary Sinise. Gary's an amazing, amazing individual. He is the most charismatic, down to earth. That's famous. Like
that is another level. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'm nothing, man, but it's fun. It's fun. And brother, I'm so glad to have you on, man. You and I served together over the years. We were in Iraq together. We did different things. But at the end of the day, now we're both out trying to help people be the best versions of themselves. Yeah. And I sent you a copy of the Pointman Planner a little while back. And I love how you said, man, this is really something. I'd love for you to talk to people about, as a SEAL, what are the principles that resonated with you and what made a difference, or what are things that you feel like could make a difference with what you're doing and how people could make that impact them in their lives?
Before I answer that, can you tell me if you're the guy that came up with C-Vortex?
I am indeed the guy that came up with C-Vortex.
Okay. So that leads me right into this. So when Jay in the Pointman Planner, he talks about risk management and things like that. The risk management system that we use in the SEAL teams, I spent 26 years there. The risk management system that we use in the SEAL teams for every operation, for everything training, from going on target to mission planning, the system that Jay developed, and it's called C-Vortex. It's an acronym. And we use that today. I mean, I'm not in there today, but they're still using it today. I'm still engaged in a lot of operations and a lot of things still related to the SEAL teams, and they're still using it. Something that Jay came up with today. And I noticed in the Pointman Planner you reference risk management and things like that. So if you guys you should get this, because it's just a continuation of decades of experience and probably just centuries of experience from all the people that Jay has had access to throughout his career. And I don't even know what your question was, but I just wanted to confirm that you were the guy that came up with C-Vortex, and I wanted to put that out there in the world, because I don't think a lot of people know that. You are the guy who created the risk management system that we use in special operations, really.
It is true, and
it's across all of special operations. It's not just in the SEAL teams.
And it is the foundation of, so in the Pointman Planner. And it's funny, I realized that I probably glossed over that when I put this out. So I'm already working on version 2. But those risk assessment tools are in there. And that is the third Pointman principle. It is risk assessment and situational awareness. And I meet so many people that walk into ambushes on a regular basis, whether it's with their health, whether it's with a relationship, whether it's within their business, because they're not doing a consistent risk assessment, which is something we did in the SEAL teams. Risk assessment assessments used to be ridiculous. And it was actually a very senior, it was our CO at the team at the time, and I was in training, and he came to me and we were talking about, he wanted a quick tool that we could utilize just to do a quick assessment, whether it was training or real world missions, that didn't get into all this. Do you remember all those ridiculous matrices of, if it was, what was it? Super high, risky, and catastrophic, and we put it together.
The boxes and the corner,
And nobody wanted to do it. And we just, most of the time, guys, they just did it to check the box, where we wanted something that was applicable. And that's what got created. That's what I created. This is the civilian version of C-Vortex. And I actually created one for your business. So if you're developing products or you're doing things, the acronym is Corvette. And if it's in your own life, the acronym is Overcome. And you should be using these things, because so many people walk in ambushes on a regular basis. I'm so fascinated with people go, wow, I never saw that coming. And if you're their friend, you're like, bro.
All you had to do is pay attention. You just had to look around.
Yep.
Ask a friend. It's totally cool. And that's a lot of what I talk about is, and I've been totally guilty of this, is where my ego got in the way. And my ego is what didn't let me see that just like what you said, these ambushes that were coming. And I, for almost 10 years, I was just like running into the same ambush over and over again. And eventually I took my ego off and I set it aside, and I was like, okay, now I can, like, the blinders are off. I see things for what they are. And I use many of the tools that you outline here in the book. And that's a lot of what Get Naked is. It's about taking your ego off and finding that, opening your eyes really to the world. And it's also an acronym. The N is for never quit. The A is accept failure. The K is kill mediocrity. The E is expose your fears. And the D is to do the work. And so that's sort of the Get Naked mindset. And I go into a lot more detail about that in coaching and consulting. And I'm working on a free gift. I don't have it up right now. It's not quite ready for prime time, but really to share with the world. And it'll be 5 secrets to think like a Navy SEAL. And it'll really be about the Get Naked mindset. And it's about being your authentic self. So, and really that's a lot of what you talk about in this book. And as I was kind of going through it the other day, and one of the things that you point out in here is really define your mission. And that's this incredibly difficult thing for most of us to do in our life, especially when we go through like a transition period. And it doesn't matter if you're transitioning from the military to civilian world, if you're transitioning from one job to another, if you're transitioning from one relationship to another, you need a purpose, you need a why. And I was actually on a podcast with a former teammate of ours. I don't know if you were there with Spoonie, with Andrew Streetar. He has a podcast called the Warrior Poet, I think is what it's called. And I was on a podcast with him, and he was like, he was talking about, how did you figure out what your why is and sort of your mission statement? And for me, that was, I went through kind of a pretty dark time where I have a lot of baggage from either toxic relationships or some, time in the teams or whatever it is. And, I was using alcohol and pharmaceuticals to kind of dull that noise. And then I found CBD, and it helped me to it was a modality that helped me find my way, if you will, at least quiet the noise so that I could have positive self-talk. And then from there, I was able to create, I was able to start Naked Warrior Recovery based on because I believe in the products that I use and the products that helped me. So I started Naked Warrior Recovery. But the CBD is just a piece of it. It's a modality that helps, it just helped me quiet my mind. It also lessened a lot of the pains that I live in on a daily basis. It just made them less bad. Let's see, any chance you're CBD testing for THC? So all of my products are, actually I have 2 products that it's a full spectrum product that has some, less than 0.3% THC in it, but 95% of my products do not have THC in them. And the ones that have THC they have like a red label, and it says full spectrum CBD. What type of CBD products do you manufacture? I do a CO2 extraction method, not cold pressed. Let's see, where was I? But all of my products are they're all third-party tested, because when I got into the CBD industry, I found out very quickly that the industry is very dirty. It's very corrupt. People are just out there to make a quick buck, because it was illegal up until December 21st of 2018 by the passing of the Farm Bill, which made hemp legal. The difference between hemp and marijuana really is the amount of THC that's in the dried weight of the plant, which is 0.3% or less. And so, but I found out that people were just out there to make a quick buck, and I wanted to provide the highest quality product that I could find in the industry. I still look for suppliers that have a higher quality than what I currently produce. I haven't found anyone currently that can do anything better than me or has a superior product. So our goal is to educate, is to provide the highest quality product, and just to help people out. You know, we offer discounts all the time. You know, all veterans and first responders receive a 30% off for life discount. There's several other codes out there. Let's see, first tool that helped me get out of that. Also, that's awesome, Pamela. But you know, but CBD is just one modality, and then there's the mindset piece. And for me, you know, and for many of the people out there, you have to change your mindset in order to actually, first you have to be, you know, become vulnerable enough to accept change. And, you know, us being hardened Navy SEALs, we don't really like to be softer or, you know, squishy at all. We want to be, you know, these hardened warriors, but really we can only be hardened warriors for so long. At some point we have to be vulnerable, and we have to like take, you know, in the SEAL teams, we put our armor on to go out into combat and go into harm's way. But, you know, and we have a mission when we go out there, really coming back to the Pointman planner here. But oftentimes in life, we just wear this armor around, and it just weighs us down for you know, and it makes us exhausted. And then when we actually need to go into harm's way, we're too tired to, when we get ambushed, to actually do anything about it, to break contact. And so really it's a mindset. You need to know what the plan is in the event that you get ambushed, or, you know, things happen. You need contingencies. You need a way to get out, because, you know, and going back to like our mission and everyone's mission statement. And I'm like, I wrote my own mission statement out based off the things that you have in here. And the mission is what our end goal is. And the mission can change, but the mission statement should be good enough depending on what the mission is. Yes. You know, we go out and we find bad guys in the middle of the night. You know, we may be going to one target and then get redirected to another target, and that's fine. The mission is still the same. We may go into a house because we think this is where the guy is, and then he's not there, and then we have to make contingency plans and keep looking for the guy, and then we find him, and then maybe we get into a gunfight. The mission is to go get that guy and bring him back. It's not to engage with that gunfight. So we punch that gunfight in the nose. Pointman, find us the best route out of here, and then we get out of Dodge and complete the mission. So it's important to have that mission so that we know what we're going to do. So in the event that we do get ambushed, we have a path to get away and continue to fight another day.
Yeah, guys, and you know, Will hit so many amazing points here. Let me center myself. Will hit so many amazing points here, and really, this is one of the biggest things that I'm pushing. If you can define your own mission in this life, in the SEAL teams, we had a mission. Can you take that off for a second? In the SEAL teams, we had a mission, and that mission was, you know, and it was something I talked about earlier. There are different tiers to this mission. You know, there's the mission of being an American citizen, to being a member of the Navy, to being a SEAL, to being a part of a troop, assault troop, platoon, and then the very specific aspects of the mission. But at the end of the day, if you can do that in your own life, I have different aspects of mission in my own life. Part of my mission is to be a father. Part of my mission is to be a business owner. Part of my mission is to be a husband. Part of my mission is to be a good friend. All these things make up our mission. And when you can define that, like Will talked about, and like what the Pointman Planner is trying to help you do, then it really helps you navigate this life. We know where we're going. Things will happen, just like Will was talking about. We get shot at, or we have to move from one target to another. It doesn't totally change your mission. Your mission still is the same, and that's what's so critical here. It comes back to leading yourself, and that was the other thing that Will talked about that I think is amazing. He was struggling with some issues from the past that, you know, many of our veterans struggle with. And I personally believe, for veterans specifically, veterans, firefighters, and law enforcement, everyone out there the same, but these guys specifically, because all of us had a mission for so many years if you did a career in this. Like, we had a very defined mission, and then you get out and it's like, what do I do now? Well, define your mission. And Will's new mission, he led himself. He created a product to help him that now is helping, millions more people out there with Naked Warrior Recovery. So, dude, I love it. And I love, once again, it becomes, when we're younger, I made this mistake. I let ego and arrogance get in the way. And I love what you're talking about with Get Naked. Put away your ego, put away your arrogance, stop allowing your feelings to drive your decision making, and look at facts and, get some advice from people around you and then make those good decisions. That's what being a point man is about. So, Will, I love it, man. Wow, we're already, well, hey, we're just gonna keep you on, and you know who else?
Let's do it.
We're going to bring on Ray Cash Care. Ray Cash Care are going to be in the house, and Will and Ray actually served together. They did platoons together. Will and I served together, but we were never in a platoon together. We kind of crossed paths and did some different missions together. But man, when you're in a platoon with somebody, or like Ray and I, we went through BUDS together. We were in Hell Week together. We were in the same boat crew in Hell Week, the Smurf crew, to be specific. So
great stories. Great stories that you guys have. They're amazing stories. I love those stories.
Yeah. So we learned, and you just learn so much about somebody when you spend that time with them. So guys, I know that McBee wanted to be here. I'm sure something came up and he was unable to make it. I hope that everything's okay.
I bet he fell asleep because he goes to bed early. He's an old guy.
Man, it happens to the best of us. But listen, we got a couple minutes left. Uncommon Grit, guys. This is probably one of the best photo albums I've ever seen of SEAL training. Will, I don't know if you know, the Hell Week class the class currently just completed Hell Week today. So big shout out to all those guys. But if you want a copy of Uncommon Grit, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. You got 2 minutes left, and you will get signed copy of this along with admission to the Bone Frog Open. And I look forward to seeing you there. It's a lot of fun. You never know who's going to show up. So,
right. So two things about Hell Week. So number one, I went to BUDS with McBee, and I have a story. I have a story about him. But before I tell that story, and I actually asked him if it was cool for me to share this story. I was doing a podcast for an organization called the Operators Association, and I'm just like giving my accounts of SEAL training, and it's really to like help young guys and girls who want to be part of special operations to give them a platform and a place to learn. And so I'm the SEAL of the group, and it's all voluntary for me. It's just to help impact and help other people out. But I'm like doing like 1 hour long episodes of just like solo of like telling my story. I have an upcoming episode I think it's a paid for deal, but I have a story about McBee. And before I told it, I'm kind of writing my script. I was like, McBee, is it okay if I tell this story to this podcast? So he cleared me hot. So I'll share it with you guys. But also talking about Hell Week, there was a class, I think earlier this year, like February or so, that I think they graduated Hell Week with 2 boat crews.
Yeah,
I saw that on
13. It was 13 guys. It was the Hell Week class before this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 13.
That's incredible.
And the class started with an astronomical amount, like over 300 students. And by the time they finished Hell Week, they were down to 13.
Like, talk about like bragging rights. I mean, I know it was pretty cold in California. Like, no one can touch. We 300 to 13. Like, step off.
Yeah.
But don't let that ego go to your head. But the story about McBee, carry it with you. Use it as strength, as whatever. But definitely don't let it go to your head. But the story about McBee. So we're in third phase, and we went to the pistol range at the Marine Corps base there, and we came back from shooting guns all day. I think it was maybe a Wednesday. And we're running the O course. And so we run the O course. We do the demo pit run, come back and sit down. And I was in class 208. It was a pretty big class, like 40s or so guys, because I went from 207 to 208. and it was a summer class, so they had a lot of guys. They had a lot of officers. It wasn't quite as hard as other classes that I had started with.
Because 202 was the last hard class.
Oh, I thought it was 200. Sorry, I can't. It's hard for me to keep track.
I came from 200, and
yeah, exactly. I mean, I can tell you that there was a difference between 205 and 206 and 207 and 208. I was in all 4 of those classes. So because I liked being in buds, apparently.
Okay, you're a glutton for punishment, man.
I love it. It's just it's just what I want. So I did my O course, and then I did a demo pit run, and I came back and I sat down in my spot, and I'm kind of stretching out, and I look up and I see McBee take off, and he looks like shit. I hope I can swear a little bit here.
Yeah, go ahead.
He looks terrible. I'm like, bro, you don't look good at all. And I'm just minding my own business, stretching out, because I also don't want the instructors to be like, what are you looking at? What are you just like playing with sand or something? And like make me go get wet and sandy, even in third phase. And he takes off and he's like kind of struggles to get over the first obstacle or two. And I just go back and don't think much of it. I'm like, he looks terrible. And I'm stretching. And then something catches my eye and I see someone lawn dart off of the slide for life all the way to the ground from the top. This is like you're starting to do commando style and go down the top of the rope.
30 feet or 40 feet.
Yeah, it's like 4 stories up.
Yeah.
And it's no joke. And so I watched McBee like lawn dart from like the top of the slide for life into the sand. Don't worry. He lived. He created a badass book. And but yeah, I wanted to share that little story about McBee. Like he's a hard man.
Dude. He is a hard man. That's a long fall. So huge. Erica asked a great question. She said, what is the record? I know of guys that were there for 3 years. I don't know of anybody long. I don't know. Maybe, do you have any idea?
I don't know. I know Jerry Weirs was there for a super long time.
Jerry was there for 3 years.
He was there for a long time. I mean, it doesn't hurt that his dad was who his dad was.
Yeah.
That was, oh, I'm going to get LASIK so that I can actually qualify. And they're like, okay, yeah. Anyway.
They won't do that. They won't do that now.
Really?
If you're injured where longer than, I think, 6 months to recover, they send you away.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, they won't keep you now. So it is what it is.
Well, I think he did like a 4 or 6 month thing, and then he got rolled, and then he got rolled again, and some other stuff, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not judging. It just is.
No kidding. I think like 3 years. I mean, it was like
fun to make fun of him. Yeah,
I think he may be the record. So, all right,
it's amazing.
Well, listen. So we wrapped up the uncommon grip package and the so whoever won
that's what I was jumping in for.
Oh,
I was just jumping in. So we are kicking off Will Branham's package for the Naked Warrior Recovery Package, which is an amazing.
I thought you said you were kicking me off. I was like, I just had started. Come on.
No, can we keep you on? You came on early.
Please. Okay. I mean, I haven't gotten naked yet, so we're
It's early. It's
still early. I considered coming on here with naked, but I was like, you never know.
Well, the camera's up top, so we're gonna leave it at that.
I was concerned if I backed. I was like, let's play it safer now.
Well, I'm wearing the thong. Oh wait, no, I'm not. So underneath my pants, I am.
But this is exciting. So we have 10 minutes left of the project.
Yeah, so we need, first off, we need to announce CBD recovery. So did you announce that already?
I said it's live, but go ahead with the details.
Yeah, guys, so this is an amazing package.
Do you have?
Can you zoom in on this for me? Guys, Will donated $500 in CBD, in Naked Warrior Recovery CBD, and he answered some of the questions about the THC and stuff like that. Will can explain that better if there's any questions. But the bottom line, guys, this is an amazing package. This isn't even all that's in it. I just put out some of the stuff so people could see it. It's gummies. It's CBD salve to put on your muscles. It's the CBD energy drink. It's the bath bomb, which is my favorite because I'm a prima donna princess. Man, I need those. I need that lavender.
I like that bath bomb. I was like, after I was like super sore from the Murph this past whatever Memorial Day it was, and I was like 2 in the tub. I don't take baths, but I for sure was taking that bath.
Dude,
and I felt way better.
As I get older, more and more for the sore muscles. So, but anyways, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359. It is our last contest of the night before we, of course, we'll be closing out the project. Speaking of the project, my man that both Ray and I know, our teammate, and an absolutely amazing individual, a stud, Ray Care. I think Ray's, 73 now? 73, and he is a beast. Still, actually, I think Ray is a few years older than me. I think he's 48, but he is a beast. He will out PT most young men I know, and he is the lead instructor for the project. Let's bring on my man, Ray Cascare.
Ray Cascare, there he is.
You know, I was going to give you a big push, Will, but after about how
thank you, sir. I appreciate
49,
that.
Jason Redmond. 49.
I said that. I said 73.
I can't sit down because I'm going to look shorter. I got to stand up. Here we go. Let me stand up so I'm the same.
Well, we were in the Smurf crew together, so shortness. Although I am just a little bit taller than you, just a little bit. Your biceps are bigger, my friend. Your biceps are bigger.
I think his biceps are bigger than mine.
On me is the height. Nothing else.
So, what's up, brother? How are you, man? It's good to see you. Ray, what does point man mean to you? When you think about a point man, you were in the teams. What is point when that comes to mind? Yeah, Will's pointing at himself, but what comes to mind?
Well, I wasn't a point man. I'll tell you that for one. A point man's the one that found the most effective, efficient ways to get from point A to point B. If we were doing a direct action or we were doing whatever, their job was to get us from point A to point B in any type of terrain there is. When I first started off, I was a 60 gunner. Then thank God we switched to the saw. A lot of people's lives are in that person's hands. And that's why I love why you call it that. The symbolism, it's organization, it's structure, it's knowledge. The point man, like that. The only thing that would suck more is if you were in the back. You always had a rear security guy, but if you had to reverse out, man, you had to turn that platoon around and go to work. Yeah, I knew what that point man was thinking when he went from point to rear security. But the one thing I do know is that the point. I had many point men in my day, and literally I would wherever they said we went. I mean, obviously they cleared that with you, but I was just a big dumb machine gunner that just went okay and just went where they went. But it standard for structure. It was a discipline. Being a point man it's an art form. You gotta, you're not heavy and bulky. You're light, and you got to be able to move, and you got to be quiet and just. They were the complete opposite of what I was. I was never a point man, nor will I ever be. But I will tell you this: the point man planner is helping me out. I actually have it at. Over at Bedros' gym right now. I'm using it, and it's amazing. When I turn the page, some of the things that I notice or pop back up, or things that I haven't been using, and things that I can use, and things that apply. Because it's the same thing like we talked about before, guys. Battlefield, business field, home field. You can use that planner for everything, and I love it, man. It's working, and I mean that's why I got on, because I was so pumped. And I'm telling people right now, people that know me, I don't tell people to buy things. That this works. I'm using it. 12 years in the SEAL teams, 14 years in the CIA. You got Will Branham on here. Yeah, I mean, combat vet, senior chief. He's using it. My thing is we know. Well, the thing is I know a lot of it, but I forgot a lot of it, and a lot of it's broken down, very simplistic. So that's what I like about it. That's what's so cool about it is. I can go, oh yeah, that's right, or yeah, I can. And what I try to do is apply it in my everyday life. Right? It's my time management, with trying to do things with the kids or trying to get my organization down. Because you got to prioritize, strategize, and monetize. And I love it. I love what you're doing. Why is he talking? What am I doing wrong? I see
You're never doing anything wrong, Ray.
Yeah, no, man, you're slaying it, brother, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate it. You got some people that were asking questions and things like that. At the end of the day, though, Ray, it's about being a leader, and you are a leader also. I mean, all of us now have gone off. We've left the SEAL teams. We've done different things, but all of us are leading in different aspects of our lives. And you are a leader of the project, which is an amazing thing. You're also a leader of your own company and the things you're doing with Conquer. You're getting out there. You're teaching people team building. You didn't sit there and get out of the SEAL teams and feel sorry for yourself and be like, well, I'm just going to sit here and wait for somebody to come save me. You got off the X and you led. And that is the critical thing in all of this. And that's what we're trying to teach people. Let's flip it for a second and let's talk about the project. We've got about 5 minutes before the winner of the project will be announced. Then that individual has to email me to notify me that they won. But let's talk about that. You had a question. So yeah, if you want to sign up for the project, guys, this is a $14,000 value. Now it's no joke. I meet a lot of people, I guarantee Will does and Bray does all the time. I meet so many people that will say to me, yeah, I think I would have made it through SEAL training, or I would have made it through Ranger school. Hey man, if you really want to push yourself, go do the project. It's about as close as you can get to getting a taste of what Hell Week is like. And it will forge you. What's that?
You're absolutely right. It's a 75-hour fully immersive course. It's going to test you physically, mentally, and emotionally. And what we're going to do is, there's 3 colors of emotional discipline, right? We all know this. There's red, green, and blue, right? And what we're going to do is keep you out of the green. No more green. We're going to put you in the red and the blue. We are literally going to mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually redline the hell out of you. We're going to redline you, and then we're going to freeze your ass. And then we're going to redline you, and we're going to freeze you. And what we're doing is it's the same thing we did in SEAL training. And again, I know my audience here is men, and I can only speak for men right now because I don't know the first thing about women. Erica, I'm married. Men build up walls, right? We build up these physical, mental, and emotional walls. And when you incorporate the things and I actually offer money back guarantees at the project. I always tell people, you will be wet, cold, tired, and hungry. You will give me blood, sweat, and tears. And this will be one of the toughest physical, mental, and emotional things that you do. If not, I'll give you your money back. But here's the deal. Jason, I don't know what the hell's up with Bedros, but he's giving away a $14,000 package.
I know. I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it.
One of the things that I really like about the project, not to cut you off, but it doesn't end after 75 hours. You create this like brotherhood.
Yes.
It like continues on, and you guys do other retreats, and you guys keep going. And I'm like, I kind of want to hang out with you guys. Maybe I should go through the project too.
I know.
I don't need the project, but I'm like, just to have that brotherhood and like grow it. And, when I left the SEAL teams, I was like, holy shit, what do I do now? I've lost my mission. I've lost my team. I've lost my purpose. And then you guys help do that. We've got the Pointman Planner to help develop your mission. You've got the project to help you create a brotherhood and a team and all this other stuff and mentorship. And it's just incredible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's structured just like the SEAL teams. When you graduate BUD/S, you are not a SEAL. That's when the work begins. When you get your Trident, technically you're a SEAL, but I'll tell you that right now.
You're a new guy. You're a new me.
And that's where work starts. And what you do is we are going to hold you accountable for the rest of your life, putting you same mission, same vision, same objectives to be a better human being, focusing on your family, your fitness, your finance, and yes, faith. We're going to create more generational wealth by making you a better human being, by making you, like same thing Jason is, more organized, more structured, and holding you accountable, right? Because like Jason says, that's what I love what he says. Leaders have to start by leading themselves. That's the only reason, and I use that all the time, what Jason says, is in order to be successful, you have to lead yourself. Stop trying to lead others and stop trying to have others lead you. Start leading yourself first, and then you can branch off and start being, like a lieutenant and stuff. Like for me, I had to learn how to lead myself because I always had people telling me what to do. So it's huge. It's pinnacle, and it's crucial that you get this. And I'm telling you, the lessons in that planner are going to apply. And the thing is you don't have to be a Navy SEAL to apply Navy SEAL things to your daily life. I tell people all the time, listen, be the Navy SEAL of your life. Be the best mom, dad, brother you can, right? Be that tier 1 asset with everything you do. And people like that SEAL team, success team. They both ST. That's it, guys.
Yeah, and the thing is that it is, You don't even have to go to the project. There's a lot of people out there like, I don't want to go to the project, but I will tell you what you have to do as part of leading yourself. And something critical in this book, the last principle is about an overcome mindset to get off the X. The project forges people and forces people to go through hard things. You have to do that in your own life. There is no magic switch that, if things suddenly get hard, that you're like, well, I'm going to turn on the overcome mindset when I get hit with the next, life ambush. It doesn't work that way. There's a reason that the SEAL teams train our guys the way they do, why BUDS is so difficult, why we have Hell Week, and why our training alone, even when you get to a team, is ruthless. I mean, we do all kinds of crazy things. I mean, there are times in training that I wondered, am I going to die? Am I going to overheat? Or, when, those down man evolutions where they would give you a down man and you'd carry a guy a mile, and all of a sudden you'd be like, I can't go another minute. And then they'd put somebody else down. And now you're carrying two guys for another 500 or 600 yards. I mean, they pushed you to the limit. Why? Because that's how you make yourself better, and that's how you learn how far you can go. And guys, you need to do that in your own life. Otherwise, when the hard times come, and I think as a nation, we're becoming soft. We're becoming soft. People don't know how to push themselves. They don't know how to get out of their comfort zone. So we are creating generations of very soft individuals. So unless you're willing to push yourself or do something to get outside of your comfort zone, the overcome mindset are merely going to be words that are going to knock you off your feet. That's why you need something like this. You need to hang out with guys like Will and Ray that are out there setting the example. You need to put your ego away. I meet so many tough guys who are like, oh, I could do this, I could do that. I actually had a hedge fund manager tell me once that he was no different than a Navy SEAL, that everything he did, that he would have easily made it through training because working with money and doing all these things was the same level of risk and adversity. And I just smiled at him as I dreamed of stabbing him to death.
They're the first ones to go. They're the first ones to go.
Hey,
I can do it. Yeah. First quitters. 100%.
Yeah.
The natural athlete, the guy who knows. Yeah. I've been great my entire life. He didn't like to fail, and then he fails.
So
failure is guaranteed.
It's funny. I was with Jason Redman at the Steel Pier when the what was it? The Dream Team, the whole Dream.
Yeah, the Dream Team quit.
The Dream Team quit. Jason and I were sitting there just chuckling.
Guys, this is a true story. This is a true story about individuals who had not been fully pushed out of their comfort zone. So when we were in SEAL training in Hell Week, Ray and I were in the boat. We were in the Smurf crew, the shortest crew at the very end of the line. The first boat crew won was the tallest dudes. And that boat crew won every race we did through first phase. They were the studs of studs. And you know who lost almost every single race? These guys, the Smurf crew. And we got our ass kicked right and left the whole time through. And we got to Hell Week, and Hell Week's the great equalizer. Remember I talked about you can't turn on an overcome mindset? Those guys were so gifted that I think they had never fully been pushed out of their comfort zone until Hell Week happened. And in Hell Week on Tuesday night, when we had Steel Piers, the entire boat crew quit.
Except
for one guy.
That's amazing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
That's awesome,
Todd Vandegrift. I don't know if you know Todd Vandegrift, Will. Todd was the only guy that didn't quit out of that boat crew, but everybody else quit.
I've heard of him. I've never worked with him, though.
Doc Dude, legend. Yep.
But it's a perfect example, guys, that if you don't build an overcome mindset, when the moment comes, you won't be ready. You will not be ready, and you will fail and crumble. So I think we may have. Do we have do we at least? What do we have? I don't. Let me.
This is cool. We got 3 SEALs on here. I love this.
3 SEAls walk into a room.
Guys, first thing I want to tell you is I want to say thank you to all of you who have been buying Pointman planners. Amazon just updated their algorithm, and we are #1 in 2 categories and #2 in business, health, and stress.
Very nice. Awesome.
So we are #1 in business planning and forecasting, #1 in military encyclopedias and reference books, and we are #2 in business, health, and stress. Thank you to all of you who have supported and bought the Pointman Planner. More importantly, I hope it will help you change your life. I hope you will be more organized. I hope you will learn how to lead yourself. It will make a difference.
Jay, didn't you say that if you were number one, you were gonna get naked on live TV?
I was. I'm gonna get naked. America, baby, America.
I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
Oh wow, we were totally off script.
So
I was not prepared.
Oh my God.
That was for you, Will Brannon. So we talked about it at the beginning of the podcast. I mean, I am a diehard American, baby.
You were prepared for that.
Yeah, I was. So, all right. Hey, listen, I'm kind of hoping the winner of the project, but we may at least be able to look at a number. So we're going to take a look at this. Right now, we also, while we're pulling this up, I want to, we still have, how long? We still have 9 minutes left for the Naked Warrior Recovery Prize Package. So, guys, text Get Off the X to 888-906-1359 to win the Naked Warrior Recovery Package. If you have any questions about the CBD, I know we answered quite a few earlier. Go ahead and put them up now so Will can answer them. If you are not following Will Branham, you should be. You should be following Naked Warrior Recovery. He puts out great content. If you are not following my man, Ray Cash Care, you should be following him. He puts out great content. Dude, Ray is a beast. I will not lie, man. The guy is a beast. At literally, I was giving him grief, but at 49 years old, Ray does thousands of push-ups, thousands of squats. He is a physical beast, and he can help you be a physical beast also. So you should be following him.
So first off, the winner of Uncommon Grit and got a ticket to the Bone Frog Open. I don't know who they are, but they are local. They are a
757. So the winner of Uncommon Grit is local. That's awesome. That means they'll be able to go to the golf tournament.
Oh. And again, I don't know who the project winner is. They are also a 757.
They're a 757 number. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah, baby. So somebody right here in the 757 in Hampton Roads is the winner. So, and just remember, if you watch this or if you are the winner, just know you can also gift it to somebody, but make sure. Oh, Justine Gibbs, you're the winner of the project, or you're the winner of Uncommon Grit? I'd like to know. So, but remember, for the project, you can gift it to somebody, but they have to physically qualify.
Also join the Overcome Art. Justine,
yeah.
Also, I believe one of our
Justine won Uncommon Grit. I just saw that email. So, Justine, congratulations! You won the Uncommon Grit package.
We will be there,
and I look forward to seeing you at the golf tournament. Somebody there's a guy named Ray Cash Care that made a comment that said Ray Cash Care is sexy. That's awesome. And so,
I didn't know. I would give it a try, see what would happen.
But so that's awesome. I'm going to give it a minute, but you guys should follow these guys. We're going to wait till Naked Warrior Recovery till that prize package goes. Are there any other further questions about the Pointman?
Can we bring all of our?
Yeah, let's bring everybody over here.
Our amazing guest and everybody. So
come join me on the couch.
I'll come to this side.
And
hey Jay, someone was asking the website for CBD, and it's nw-recovery.com, or there it is right there. Beautiful. Or Naked Warrior Recovery, in case you don't want to write naked in there. It's nw-recovery.
So guys, and Austin, will you come up here for a minute? So my son Austin, also known as DJ Crooked Styles, you should be following him. And he's an amazing DJ. He plays all across the country. Soon he's heading out to music production school, but he helps run a lot of the stuff that we do in our videos, and he helped to make all of this happen. So I want to say thanks to him. Christoph, thanks for your service. Thanks for coming out. You should check out the Christoph Lewis podcast. Kenny Mitchell, brother, Much love to you. Kenny is a firefighter and obviously one of our Overcome Army coaches. For those that join the Overcome Army tonight, you're going to get to know this guy. And if you are a firefighter, a law enforcement professional, or military professional struggling with mental health, I know I am focused on that. Kenny is focused on that. Kenny, real quick, tell about Behind the Yellow Tape.
You can follow me on Instagram, 86 Seawater 39. I do a little program called Operating Inside the Yellow Tape, and I take questions at kenny@operationyellowtape.com. Just questions about mental health, questions about retirement. A lot of times these firefighters, when they get out of the line of work, they lose their identity. So hit me up, we'll talk. And it's a big thing with us when we retire, our identity gets lost, our mission gets lost. Yeah, 86 Seawater 39. Honored to be here.
Yeah, brother. Thank you. Of course, you got the long-haired Admiral. She keeps me in line. And then you've got our good friend Cindy, who was here, who helps a lot. Cindy helps run our farm when we're gone.
Yes.
So, all right, let's check these last comments. Ray, Will, what do you got left? Leadership, lead yourself, get naked. You know, Ray, push-up challenge. What is it?
Yeah, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, 1100 Eastern. My back's messed up. I'm going to try to do another 1,320 push-ups. That's 22 push-ups on the minute, every minute for 60 minutes, raising awareness for veterans. Guys, it doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, what color you are. We just have people come on. It's the Power Hour Positivity. Join us.
What time are you doing that?
We do that. I'm on the West Coast, so 11 a.m. Pacific. 8 a.m. Pacific. I apologize. 8 a.m. Pacific. 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm
okay. I'll join you tomorrow. I've been getting back at it, man. I actually did my first real deadlifts today. I mean, I've been hitting the weights, but it's been very slow. But dude, the push-ups, everything's coming back. It's going to take me a little while longer to do 1,000 again, but I will definitely come on and do some with you tomorrow and with everyone tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
So, I don't know if I'm going to commit to that because that's 5 a.m. my time. We'll see. You know,
yeah, you don't have to.
Counting it out in the house. You know, waking up the neighbors and the such.
So you were Taco, you'd already
I'm making excuses right now.
Why don't you tell me who your partner's going to be in the swim? How you have the most awesome partner in the.
I have the best looking partner in the swim for sure.
I'm not. No,
when we swim across the Hudson River coming up.
I can't be there this year. You were talking about, my bad. Never mind. Yeah. All right. So, guys, we are waiting. What time? We got a couple minutes left. 10:58. We got a couple of minutes left for the CBD recovery or the
2 minutes.
Naked Warrior recovery. Once again, thank you to everyone. We got some great appreciation. Mark Peterson tuned in. Mark, it's good to see you on here. Joe Mitchell said, awesome launch. Pamela said, push-ups, yikes, I'd really have to get out of my comfort zone. Let's do this, Pamela. We work with people and we tell them you start out on your knees. You can, the great thing about fitness, there's so many ways to level up. And
you know what? I was talking to someone today about, they asked me a question. They said, what is something that people assume that is a misconception about you? And I said, really, most Navy SEALs, we don't like to swim. We're not good swimmers. There are some guys that are amazing swimmers. Most of us are not great swimmers. And I'm one of those people. Ray's one of them. Jay, you could possibly be one of them. I don't know.
He's a great runner. I hated to swim.
Yeah. So, but one of the reasons I'm doing this swim is it's like, dude, I hate swimming. I'm going to go do it because it's hard. And I'm terrified that I'm going to cramp up and I'm never going to get rescued. I'll drown out there. That's what Ray was saying last year. I completely embrace his entire mentality on that. You will not rescue me. I will drown in the middle of the Hudson River before that happens.
That'd be a great way to go out, though, wouldn't it?
During a charity event. Yeah.
I opened a bottle of champagne last night, and I thought the cork was going to hit me in the face. And I was like, "This will be great on live Instagram. I'm going to get killed by a cork." And that'll be the headline: Navy SEALs survives getting shot by machine gun, killed by opening champagne bottle.
Shot in the face, but killed by a cork.
Yep.
All right. So where is 443? What area code is that?
Maryland.
Oh, I think this is the guy. Hey, I won something.
443.
Who's 443?
The Warrior, Naked Warrior Recovery winner, Eastern Maryland.
That's Maryland.
Maryland guy thing.
8315. Look up this number. Is this the guy that won the project? Yeah, he just wrote me, which is really funny. He said I won something. That may not be a good sign.
Know what he won.
Yep. So the winner is David Smith. You are the winner of the project, and we will find out if you are qualified. If not, that's okay. You can donate it to someone who is physically up to the challenge, and David, maybe you are, and I'd love to see that. Ray Cascare, what message do you have for Mr. David Smith if he's up for the challenge?
Yeah, David Smith, if you're 18 and older, because we're taking 18 or older, you need to be physically, mentally ready. We will offer you a PT program to get your ass in shape. I'm going to talk to you like an instructor. This will be one of the hardest things you have. If you come to this not prepared for pretty much anything that's going to happen, this will be the closest thing that you will experience to real life Navy SEAL training. You need to come with an open mind. You need to understand that you have 75 hours. 3 sunrises, my brother. 3 sunrises. You're just going to have to suck it up and take it and realize that if you make it through this, I promise you this, we are going to put you into a lifelong brotherhood of men who are 5, 6, 7, 8-figure entrepreneurs who have been through this pain, and we are going to create growth for you for the rest of your life. We are changing lives, and I'm telling you this right now, we take it very serious. So be ready. If you have any questions, Jason will answer them eventually. If you qualify, you and I will be talking. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Hey, man, I love that. From the lead instructor himself. Wow. And then we have a winner for Naked Warrior Recovery, but they have not emailed me yet either. So
Eastern Maryland.
Yeah, but they're in Maryland. So congratulations.
Probably sleeping by now.
Naked Warrior Recovery. So, all right, guys, we've done it, man. We launched the Pointman Planner. I want to say thank you to both of you as teammates. I love the way that we're closing this out. Both of you are getting out there and being successful. Guys, at the end of the day, being a Pointman is being a leader. Will Branham's a leader, leading his company, leading himself, getting off the X. Christoph Lewis is a leader. And you know, one of the things, you have to figure out your values and where you want to go. I love how Christoph talked about his family became one of his values. Mm-hmm. Kristen Crowley talked about that herself. I know Kenny Mitchell, this became such a huge thing with him, and we didn't get into some of the details of Kenny's story, but you talk about having to lead and set the example for his family with a catastrophic event that occurred in his life. Man, you just impressed me, brother. And I really,
thank you, sir.
Yeah. And then, of course, the long-haired admiral being a leader of our family after all of us after I got shot up. And yeah, I became the 4th kid that she had to take care of, man, when they sent me home in a wheelchair and, with all these tubes and, trach and all this stuff. So anyways, you all, most importantly, are all leaders. And I meet a lot of people that say I'm not a leader. And the reality is that is a lie. That is a myth you're telling yourself, that you're not a leader, that you need somebody else to lead you. At the end of the day, we all have to lead ourselves. And the faster and better you learn how to lead yourself, the more successful you're going to be. The Pointman Planner is about that. I hope that it will make a difference for all of you. Ray and Will, once again, thank you both for coming on tonight. Any final words?
I'm stoked that you brought me on board and to be a part of this, and I'm very excited for your success. And anyone else out there that hasn't bought this thing yet, go get it and incorporate it into your life.
Just remember, guys,
and always don't forget to get naked.
Get naked, baby. And I did. In honor of you, I got naked. Almost.
You did.
So
I was not mentally prepared.
Your face was good.
Wow, you guys threw me off there. Oh, hey, and we are honoring the VIP package till midnight. So if you buy the Pointman Planner on Amazon before midnight, you will get sent the Pointman Planner VIP package with the sign on the door and the Pointman Planner mission poster. So you've got 1 hour left, everyone. So, all right, Ray, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll come up. We'll do some push-ups. I look forward to it. And Will, thank you. Let me know if you need anything. Everyone else, much love. Get off that X. Become a point man in your life, man. We need it. We need more leaders in this world. Most importantly, be the light in the darkness. That's what point men do. Good night, everybody.
Take care.